What's going on, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, California. Oh my God, I'm all over the place. I'm live on a live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. You already know it's Christmas time, dude. Look at the fucking decorations, dude. Look at the decadent decorations. It's crazy. It's deco up in this bitch. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Not dressed up like Santa. I'm disappointed. Okay, don't be ridiculous. It's December 8th, okay? It's December 8th, 2025. We're not there yet, but we will get there eventually, okay? We'll get there eventually, but also the only thing that's under the Christmas tree is 2020 Chopper with the chopper, okay? You see that? 2020 Chopper with the AR-15. You already know what it is. But yeah, I'm not dressed up like Santa. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Like I said, today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is December 8th. Just finished fearing with Your Rage at a 10 out of 10. Hell yeah, let's go. But yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot going on in the world. I'm going to obviously talk about all of that. But before we... If people were mad about the Chinese dude, they're going to lose their fucking minds when you dress like Santa. No, they won't, because people are racist as fuck. Please collaborate with Arky and OSCS one day. Yes. Yes, I will do that. But I will definitely do that. I love Arky and them. Santa's Turkish anyway. It's true. Santa is Turkish. But yeah, before we get into all the news that are going on in the world, this is the part of the broadcast where I would tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. In the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. Obviously, that's what I'm gonna do. We ended the broadcast on Saturday afternoon to go to the Streamer Awards. Once a year, everybody from all around the world get together to go to the Streamer Awards. Obviously, I will... Did you get an award? No, fuck no, bro. I won nothing. But I will get into all of that. I'll blast off real quick, actually, and what do you mean time to address it? Address what? You won my heart. Thank you. That's the real victory. Okay, I won zero awards, 0 nominations. You already know we're washed, we're unk, we're chopped huz. But having said that, I won the greatest award of all. Okay, the award in your hearts. Anyway, let's blast off. Streamer Awards recap. And then we'll talk about SCOTUS. There's so much going on. I'm diving right into it though, especially because I didn't get to, I'm late. And the reason why I'm late, for the record, is because I was doing another interview. That's right. People mad you didn't endorse Kamala. Don't you know you can't even get this community to nominate you? Okay, guys, you know, give yourselves a little bit of grace. Okay, calm down. Piers Morgan interviewed Nick Fuentes, playing all of his old clips to him. Damn, that's crazy. Did you see Kaya cameo in the Streamer Awards? Okay, it's ridiculous. Piers Morgan interviewed Nick Fuentes. Okay, we'll do that too. Piers Morgan interviews NF and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. SCOTUS decisions. Marjorie Taylor Greene on Republicans fearing Trump. Who's going to be on the FBI watch list? Paramount bid for Warner Brothers. Piers Morgan interviews in NF and more. Get in now. What should I eat for lunch? Should I have a hoagie? The answer is always yes. If you have the opportunity to eat a hoagie, you should always eat a hoagie. You were in the speed vlog? Yeah. I saw that I was in the... I think you put me in the thumbnail, actually. Is that crazy? Am I in the I Show Speed thumbnail? I'm sorry, the streamer in air quotes awards was so fucking cringe and bad. I know. None of you deserve anything. No dispatch in the title. It didn't fit, but I will do it. I will do dispatch later today. Don't be crazy. Beady Beady was so happy with your suit. Different realities. Yeah, I know. Wait, actually, I don't know. Show me that. I want to see that. But yeah, I'm blasting off already. People were hating on Cinna so bad. I thought y'all going to talk about it on the Fear End episode. Wait, people were hating on Cinna? Why were people hating on Cinna? I didn't see that. You have to remember, yesterday I didn't stream. And I also didn't have a lot of time because I was doing a photo shoot with a magazine, like a fashion magazine. So I didn't actually do anything on the internet. Like I didn't see any of the drama or anything like that. And then after that, I went and balled with Elam. I went and balled up with Elam and Buddha, which was great. I've never seen anyone wear a Zhongshan suit and look so muscular with such prominent chest and shoulders. Chinese people usually wear them to give off a reserved, refined, scholarly vibe, but this guy's outfit makes him look quite outgoing and muscular. It suits him perfectly. He has a unique aura about him. I've had this picture saved for ages. It's hilarious. Hey, let's go. That's awesome. That makes me happy. But where was I? What was I talking about? Sketching KDB not knowing about Fear and being Cutie's podcast? Yeah, it's fucking Cutie's fault. It's yeah, I have so much smoke for Cutie Cinderella. Do you understand me? But I can't even but it's not even about the streamer awards. It's because of Fear and. She acts as though we're the ugly duckling. Like we are the ugliest of the ducklings, okay? She hates us. And it's crazy because we ride for her at dawn, at midnight, all the fucking time. And she behaves as though it's like something that is cringe about her life. Anyway. The children are so evil about these awards. Everything's so negative. I know. Okay, so get a suit like KDB's suit, please. Yo, KDB is so dope. Also, y'all are such fucking haters. Oh, she had the 2005 NBA draft suit pick. Okay, first of all, no, she didn't. Okay, that is fucking fashion. There's a difference between fashion and like the NBA dude's actually failing to achieve fashion. Okay? Come on, don't do that. She was popping off, dude. The Rage episode was so fucking funny. Oh yeah, that was awesome. But anyway, let's get into it. Streamer awards. Okay? Streamer awards. It was fantastic. It was fun. It was fun for me at least. It was seemingly not so fun for a lot of people watching. A lot of people were very mad. A lot of people were very upset, which is not surprising. I think that ultimately it comes from what the streamer space's culture has revolved around for like the past year or so, where I think a lot of people basically see it as like the enjoyment that people get out of this kind of stuff is just by shitting on it, and just like doing drama, parasocial drama. So it's very strange because like in the room, everyone is very stoked, but on the outside, there's like literally people that are like watching from afar, content creators that are watching from afar and going, yes, these guys all fucking suck, right? And it's this strange thing because like audiences also want that, like they respond to it as well. Audiences kind of want that as well, or they want that drama as well, which is really fucking lame. Wow, show focusing on the streamers mainly and not the parasocial relationships / audiences have with streamers. Exactly. But I watched it with Hoscord. It was miserable at times. Okay, all I'm gonna say is this. My mom comes up to me last night and goes, "What was that award show?" I was like, "You watched it?" She's like, "Yes, I watched it. It was so boring." I was like, "Why?" She went, You were not featured in it at all. I was like, Mom, it's not my award show. Like, what do you mean? It's an award show for the entire industry. She was upset with how little I was featured in the Streamer Awards. So for her, this was boring. She was like, "What? I don't understand. You're supposed to be all over this thing. You're supposed to be all up and down the Streamer Awards. I don't get it. You're a streamer. You do it all the time." But yeah, I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize that she was watching. Your clip with FanFan got 9 million views. Oh yeah, no, I know. It's yeah, that was pretty dope. I'll be honest. I mean, that was that was the only time that the FanFan stuff didn't fall completely flat, because I tried to just like play off of it. Yeah, I feel bad. It's not an easy job, man. It's not. Everyone joked about the remote. Oh, dude, no, honestly, people in the room were actually not fucking with the remote jokes at all. And it made me realize that, like, a lot of people on the internet, they love that shit. But a lot of people in the space were like, ugh. But I mean, I don't really give a shit. I obviously played it off well, but can we show the Kai and Tylo clip? It was something. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. Dog, you sound diabolical in your response. It seems like a lot of people enjoyed it. It seems like a lot of people enjoyed it. So, example of an average streamer.
Is that a vibration remote in your pocket, or are you just excited to be here?
Bro, like...
I'll put it on you later.
Oh, is that a threat or like a?
I just got full body chills.
What was that? Could you explain your inspiration for your outfit tonight? It looks familiar for some reason to me. Why over there?
Why would it be familiar to you? I don't understand. I mean, I got it in China, but yeah.
Maybe because I'm Chinese. Maybe that's why. It just looks familiar.
That fell flat, but at least the first one wasn't, you know. But yeah, Pro, you totally just meant all the nonsense haters. How funny you were about it. Major props to you. Yeah. But I mean, it seems like people actually fucking liked it. So always rough when you rip a joke and hear the audience groan. I know. Yeah, I went in not really knowing what to expect this year, because, like, you know, despite this being a fairly big year for me and this community as well, this has been my most, like, politically impactful year of my career for the past 12 years. This has been the most impact that I have directly had, this community has directly had. So going into the Streamer Awards, like, because most of my interactions with the rest of the streaming space has been, like, relatively negative as a consequence of all the fucking, you know, clips and all the fucking dick riders, like the nonstop dick riding that's taken place, I didn't know what to expect, even though, like, I know all these people and I've, like, you know, collaborated with them in the past, but I was, like, kind of bubbled in. So I was actually still very much excited to see all these guys, but I just didn't know what to expect, and it was the same as every other year. It turns out that it turns out no, everybody's like, no, you're fucking, you know, everyone is chill. Everyone's chill as hell. Truthfully, it feels like streaming is no longer a centralized community. It feels like a tool that other communities can use. I mean, there is that element of it, but I think you have to remember. I think you have to remember it's because there are new communities with their own culture and their own opinions and their own attitude and their own norms that are also incredibly prominent in this space. And I think that's part of the reason why it's very difficult for Cutie Cinderella to basically put every single person together in one room. Clip farming ruined streaming? No, clip farming has always existed. It's just the type of clip farming that you don't fully personally understand. If there's one thing that I think has ruined streaming, it's the drama. It's the fucking endless drama baiting. You know? It's the endless drama baiting and the parasocial nature of like how certain fandoms will lean into certain agendas, right? It's definitely agenda talk associated like as a secondary market for content consumption. It's the take economy. It's the agenda talk. It's all this shit. So, you know, there is a lot of that. Like nothing just. There is no way to just like have a normal conversation about this stuff, about anything that goes on without like a million people who are watching who are just going to give their own takes and actually dominate discourse in a certain direction. But it is what it is, you know? But I don't think it's a bad thing that there are all these like larger communities out there that aren't the same type of communities. I'm not like an old head. I'm not going to, yeah, and I talked to Rage about this specifically on the Fear End podcast. If you guys watch it, you'll see, because that was awesome. We did Your Rage. Shouts out to Your Rage for coming on the Fear End podcast. He was a last second guest. I never really thought that he'd be down to do it, but it was awesome that he was able to do it, and I owe him big time for that as well. Obviously, Will couldn't make it back and stay alive for the podcast because he was, while we were doing the Streamer Awards, Will was in San Diego, you know, sucking on a Fansley girl's toes and eating chocolate off of her feet, and also getting his butthole tickled by, you know, Fansley girls for a 24-hour, you know, beatdown, brutalization session for Wubby's channel. Oh, you guys don't know? You guys don't know what happened? Yeah, Will was not at the Streamer Awards because he and Wubby did a Japanese-style 24-hour TV show. And, you know, we have talked about it quite a bit. We have talked about it quite a bit, as a matter of fact. I'm going to be honest, it sounds like you might be a little bit jealous that Will's getting to do those things. No, I'm jealous that I wasn't doing those things to Will. You didn't understand where the jealousy is coming from. But yeah, this is...
First off, I love the helper. Let's,
Oh, I see.
Am I eating the...
Oh, you guys thought I was joking when I said Will was busy eating chocolate off the feet of Fansley models. You thought none of those words are in the Quran, none of those words are in the Bible. Obviously, he must be joking. That's so funny. What is that, like an inside joke? No, he literally was doing that shit. While we were at the fucking Streamer Awards, this is what my man was doing. This was his punishment, by the way. This was his punishment.
Did they wash their feet first?
Whoa, what is this and how can I also do it? How much do I have to pay? Okay, C-Mac, you fucking animal.
He just...
The funniest thing is, I know he done fuck with feet like that. So if you don't fuck with feet like that, and I don't either, this is not like an enjoyable experience at all. Ironically enough, this is like, it sounds fucking insane because to someone who is genuinely into feet, you're like, what do you mean? This is the greatest moment of his life. But if you don't like feet, that's nasty. Are you anti-feet or neutral? No, I'm anti-feet. I'm anti-feet. I mean, I do love chocolate, so I probably still eat it, but it's not for me at all. What do you mean? It's like fucking cheesy ass toe jam in there. Like, oh, a little sweet, little salt, huh? Is that what's going on?
He's going.
I would have missed
That man is right.
What was Caroline's reaction? Oh my god.
Oh, I see.
Am I eating
Bro, this man doesn't even like kissing, okay? Like, do you understand? Like, the fact that he had to kiss feet is insane. Like, it's Will's weirdest quality. I mean, he has a lot of weird qualities, let's be real. But he doesn't even like kissing, bro. Like, he doesn't even like kissing in the mouth, okay? He's talked about this before on the Fear On podcast. You guys don't know this? Yeah, he doesn't fuck with kissing like that. It's not his favorite.
Wait, I haven't even seen this. Hold on a second. Okay, this is my first time seeing. If anybody has seen this is my first time seeing. I literally tuned in at this moment, was like, what is happening?
Wash their feet first?
What is happening?
Look at his face. Look at his face before getting into it. Look at it. Oh, no.
What is happening?
He just...
He's going.
I would have started this. That man is
I'm sorry, this is fucking vile. Y'all know how I feel about feet, okay? I hate feet, if you don't know. I hate feet.
Will's opinion on feet?
Denial of what?
Okay, so you have never like, I take you
Denying
never had, like,
that
a
you
dominant,
don't like
a
feet?
dominant, no, dominant woman. Denial of you can't have the rest of her. All you get is the feet. You need to appreciate the feet before you have the rest of the woman. Like why? How could you?
I mean,
Other parts to start at.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. You know what an ugly foot.
I forgot that Seer looks like this normally. Okay. I forgot that this is what Seer looks like normally because I was just, he's, in my mind, he's half bald now. Okay. He committed too hard. It completely warped my perception of him now. Dude, the topic of feet has been coming up so frequently. This was so fucking biblical for Will. Yeah. He's from Ohio. Be nice. Yeah. Anyway, Arky, react to you. What is this?
Wait, what is this post right here?
Oh no.
This
Freak ass nigga, bro.
What the fuck, me, bro? What is Hasan talking about?
Vibration remote in your pocket, or are you just excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
Yeah. Big nigga moving crazy. That's a nigga like him could take those shots though, bro.
Hey. I can't say anything else. Okay, that was. I was moving like 2019 Hasan at the Streamer Awards. Okay, I was moving in a very different way than I normally do. You are moving crazy style and need to be stopped.
Yes,
That nigga take that shot, bro.
freaky ass Bro, I gotta do a stream with Hasan one day, bro.
Oh, I'm down.
I gotta do a stream with Hasan one day.
Yeah, I was taking. I had to take those shots. Okay. Anyway, where was I? He said freaky ass unk. That's crazy that I'm so unk status at this point that I've turned into freaky ass unk. But yeah, I think it was decent. When is the news, brother man? First of all, calm down. Okay? Fucking chill out. Fan said she talked to you afterwards and liked your response. Yeah, because I didn't leave her hanging. Okay? It's a very awkward situation for her to be in because she's doing the floor stuff. And it's like, it's difficult for her to, to chop it up with all these people, especially when, some of these people don't know her, right? Like, and it's not an easy job, basically. It's not an easy job at all. So I had to, like, I was one of the few people I was one of the few people that actually like played ball. Squeaks would kill on the floor stuff. You know who I think would do really well? Like, this is, dude, Ron. I think Ron would do so well. I mean, there's a bunch of people that would do well. Stavros would not do that well because he doesn't know he's not as like tapped in. These are, you have to like be knowledgeable of all the clip culture and all the different dynamics. I was watching some of Ron's clips from the red carpet, and he is so fucking quick, dude. He is so goddamn quick. He actually is a very good entertainer. And ultimately, you can always bring it back to yourself and shit on yourself, right? If all else fails. But I do think, like, I was thinking quite a bit about, like, how to make this. You're crazy. Any stand-up would do very well. Stav would do amazing. Yes, I do think that stand-up comedians would obviously be better than regular Twitch streamers. But the difference there is, one, you have to get them to be invested and knowledgeable about like the memes and the culture and shit, and they don't know all this stuff. You're thinking of like you're thinking of Hollywood. You're thinking of the fucking Oscars, and in the Oscars, of course, comedians know everything that's going on in Hollywood, and they have an entire team that fucking writes this stuff for them. It's a little different. Like, what the fuck does Stavros know about Rakai? You know what I mean? He doesn't. Like, I love Stavros. Stavros is a fantastic comedian, but you have to be knowledgeable about the fucking audience and the culture and the every other dynamic that's taking place in that situation. Every community has an inside meme. Every community has like parasocial fans. Every community will, if you step on a landmine, you might end up saying something wrong. It's very, very difficult, and I do think that even in the even in the hosting side of things, even in the roasting side of things, I think like it's just what do you mean? Stavros gifted 200 subs to Mafiathon? No, he didn't. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? I will cook him till the end of time if what you're saying is true. You just made that up, right? Ain't no fucking clip it. Ain't no fucking way he's given more money to. Oh, you made it up. God damn it. Okay, well, I didn't believe you anyway, because you're a liar. God damn it, I got so excited. I got so excited for a moment because I was like, I got so fucking excited because I was like, oh, that's the silver bullet. I will shit on him. I will shit on him to the end of time. He'd be like, oh, you dress up like you want to be young. I'd be like, oh, remember when you gave 200 gifted subs to Kai Cenat's Mafiathon? Oh, that'd be so funny. Bro, you got one guide? Yeah, you can't say one guide when the one guy is my mod, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I trust black people, okay? Some of you maybe need to let go of your racist opinions, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I went there. Yeah, some of you not woke enough, okay? I got one modded. That's what happened. He's black, by the way. That's what I'm talking about. Before people get on me about that shit. Even though now trust is huge for us. That's why Hasan got my Cash App on speed dial. Okay, he's gonna turn around and be like, I'm white, actually. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Anyway, where was I? Hold on, let me put this in here. But yeah, it's a really difficult endeavor in general if we're gonna be serious about the streamer war shit. It's so difficult to get all these fucking people in one room. big egos, all this stuff. There's also the people that are not in that room that are, you know, that got their opinions outside of the club, you know, and there's also like a lot of discourse that takes place, right? There's a lot of content that comes out of it. Like there's an entire secondary market of content, and you know, sometimes context and what is this? Is that part of this? Admonishing you for getting too heated about shit, and then you getting upset when they meme it? Like, what do you mean? I don't know, but my point is, it's a difficult job. It's a difficult job to you know, it's cold brew concentrate, chatters. That's why I'm putting water in it. I have to fucking do alchemy. I have to make potions. This is my potion. Bro, you are mixing a potion of wakefulness. Exactly. Talk about why production was so off. I don't know. I don't know why the production has so many issues. I didn't even get to talk to Cutie off camera about that at all. But the way she described it is basically, it's like riding a bike, but you learn how to ride a bike only once a year, and there's no other way to do it. But there were a lot of moments, you know, as a new crew, and you know, there were some very obvious issues, like with lighting, for example. You couldn't see anybody's reactions half the time. People weren't sitting in their chairs, and then sometimes production would like show the wrong person. Like initially, it happened with Deshay and Plaqueboy Max. Like it said Plaqueboy Max underneath, but then there was like, you know, Deshay instead of Plaqueboy Max. That's who they showed. So there was a lot of those. There was a lot of those issues, right? No, they didn't do it on purpose. No. Same with Reggie and Tylil. Oh God, really? That I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's. Let me tell you something. I kind of understand why, if you are watching from the outside and not aware of all of the, you know, all of the numerous points of failure in a situation like this, and then you see a bunch of black content creators get mixed up as one another, and then the Kai Cenat Diddy joke and the Rakai stealing joke, and you know, all of the stuff that is combined, it kind of looks a little sus. It doesn't look the best. Okay, so from the outside looking in, if you're like oblivious, if you don't know, or not oblivious necessarily, but if you're like, you know, like there's an explanation for basically everything. Some of them are you know, people thinking that they can do inside jokes on the outside and it falling flat. And then some of them are defended. No, it's not. No, there's nothing to defend. It's just like here, the example I will use for you is the Rakai joke, right? You just need to have this is the reason why you need to have a diverse writers room. Okay, that's it. This is the whole point. This is part of the reason why I say fucking diversity is a good thing in situations like this, because you know, a black comedy writer in that room is going to be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have Cutie Cinderella saying that, because like I get the context of the joke that she's making, but it's just not going to be read well by everybody else on the outside. That's it. You know what I mean? Because Cutie, when she made the joke about Rakai stealing, she didn't say it because, you know, Rakai is black. It's because Rakai had recently gotten banned for, I guess, stealing something. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking, I don't know. I'm not super tapped into what's going on. But even when you hear it, if you are even in that room and you're like oblivious to all the things that are going on, you're like, wait, what? Like, what was that? That sounded a little bit off, you know? And He was pretending and got banned. Yeah, so I think Rikai had done a prank or something, and he like stole from Walmart or something. I don't fucking know. And that's why he got banned, because he did it on stream, and he wasn't pretending law. Okay, see, I don't know what the fuck happened. Okay, I don't know. All I know is he stole from somewhere or someone, and he got banned for it. He bought flowers to a lady as a gift. There are clips. He never paid clicks. That's where the stealing jokes are coming from. In any case, that was the context, right? That was the context of the what's the best thing that you've stolen, or what's the coolest thing you've ever stolen. But of course, from the outside, especially when paired up with all these other mishaps, you know, people were going to feel some type of way about it, right? What were your thoughts in the moment? I was just trying to down as many jokes, as many drinks as possible. That was my thought. I sent you some reactions on TikTok. Obviously not a joke to be made. No, the thing is, like, comedy is I talk about this all the time, okay? Comedy is a difficult endeavor. It's an art for a reason. And the problem is, if you fail in delivering a joke, especially one that might come across as racially insensitive, you have to be really good on the delivery side. But if you deliver a joke that's like that has the capacity to come across as racially insensitive, and you fall flat, it's gonna be devastating, because everyone that's watching that is going to tie that back to, like, especially if they don't know your background, or if they don't know the context or whatever, they're gonna be like, what the fuck are you saying? You're being racist, right? And that's what it is, because in its most simplest, purest form, comedy is kind of about getting away with it, like being able to get away with saying something because you've expertly structured it in a way where as many people as possible are going to receive that and go, that's funny, I see exactly what you're saying. Either I'm getting old, but it felt like the show were more towards FaZe Clan and AMP fans because it's good for views, but it failed hard. Just my opinion about the show. No, that's the reason why you feel that way is partially because, like, yes, you're the old guard. You're an old head on Twitch, and these are new communities that are, you know, very large and very dominant, have their own kind of, you know, have their own inside memes, have their own parasocial fans and all this stuff. And the way to merge that, I think you need to have someone from, you know, someone from these communities that also play a formative role in the structuring of the entire show. That I think would have been, that I think would have made it like made people feel more comfortable. As far as the way that people received it, though, like that's, or as far as the way that people in the room received it, I don't think that there was like a lot of love lost there, because I think because I do think that there are a lot of people that understand. There are a lot of people that understand the difficulties of putting an event like that together, right? Like, content creators themselves know all of the points of failure in putting together this like grand event, and so they were just excited to be there for the most part, I think, or at least I'm speaking from my own personal experience. I mean, look, I was the third most watched streamer in 2025. Okay, number 3. Number 1 was Kaisenat, number 2 was Asmongold, and I was number 3, right? And in spite of that, I got no nominations. And, you know, I wasn't like a prominent part of this event at all, but I was very excited to be there, you know? I was very, very excited to be there. I was excited to be around all these people that I haven't seen in a long time. I was fucking stoked to be there. And I think a lot of people also feel the same way, because they get to see their friends that they haven't seen in a while, chop it up, you know? And yeah, that's what it is. For me, these things are always, for me, these things are always about the community and trying to bring together the community. But anyway, this is
Streamer Awards. This is basically all it was.
Yes, the Negro on the back. Rakai, when your people steal, how was that like? Right? Because, like, Negroes steal, like... I know that.
Jesus Christ, they are jokes. Okay, yeah, no jokes, you're right, Chatter. No jokes, drawing the line of bigotry. No, like, dude. I'm telling you right now, depending on who's making those jokes and how they're making those jokes, they could be bangers. Okay? That's it. It's just, it fell flat and the delivery didn't work and the jokes didn't work at all. That's it. And if it doesn't work and people don't, people are watching from the outside, of course they're going to come up with that conclusion. You know. They also did the same punchlines like 3 times in a row. Yeah. To put it simply, everyone isn't funny. Honestly, if you're funny enough of a person, you can get away with just about anything in a joke in a society that's being away. Yeah. As I like to always say, you can be edgy, but you have to be really good. And the edgier you are, the better you have to be with your joke structure and your delivery. Because if you're edgy and you're not funny, people are going to go, ew, gross, you're fucking bigoted. Right? And that's kind of what's going on here. What does your joyless ass community know about jokes? They are miserable. This is true. My community is miserable. That is true. And they are joyless. But, I mean, one of the best examples is like, even from my own personal experience, right? Like I did the red carpet with KDB and Sketch. And then I did the red carpet photos and then the interviews and stuff. And Ron was right there, right? And I saw Ron, and I had a, where is it? I think this video might have featured it actually. Let me see. But yeah, I was I did the red carpet first with KDB and Sketch. And then I did a piece with Ron. Oh, this isn't there. Okay, never mind. Yeah, KB and Sketch were great. They're dope. I love them. They're fantastic, right? But like a great example of this is how you receive certain things, right? It's vibes based, right? It's vibes based. Here, this is the clip. So I had talked to TMZ prior to this, and I with an earshot of Ron, and here's what took place.
No, bro, Hasan, bro, come on, you know me, I'm a troll. Don't slam me, don't pick me up, don't throw me to the.
No, they were saying, what do you want to leave behind in 2025? I said, I don't want to say this in too close proximity to Ron, but nuisance streaming and clip baiting.
Right, not me, right?
I mean, you do it in a more like PG-13 kind of way.
In a friendly troll way, Hasan, bro. You know me, bro. We went to parties together. You know what I'm saying? We've been places.
You keep it up, I'm gonna put the collar on you.
You knew it was coming, man. That's the clip right there. Hey, Hasan, man. I'm glad you could take a joke, bro.
Yeah. So, you need to stream with Ron. Yeah, I want to do one with Stable Ronaldo. But he is very quick. He is very quick with it. He is very good. Like he's very quick with it. I was watching some of his other red carpet interviews. Like it is like he's got a lot of talent. I see it. Like yes with Arky, not with Ron. No, Mr. Hasan. No, I've been trying to do something with Ron for a while, but I also want to do. Bro, you used that collar joke like 3 times. It was a little stale. What do you want me to fucking do? Give me a goddamn break, okay? Not everyone sees every single time I make the collar joke, okay? Suck my dick. Everyone's a fucking critic, okay? Everyone's a critic. The reason why I'm using that as an example is because like Like, the reason why I'm using that as an example is because, look, not gonna lie, bro, Hasan kind of cool, and people got mad just because he's a leftist. Okay? That's the difference between, like, that's it. That's the, you just gotta eat it. There's nothing you can do, you know? There's no reason to fucking take shit seriously regardless. It is one of the best ways to just like deflate certain things and diffuse certain things when all these people who were on the outside were just like going crazy about it. And at a certain point, if you do that, and for the record, I did tell Cutie to Cutie asked me ahead of time, like, oh, these are some of the jokes, because she reaches out to people ahead of time before she does like the roast, and I was like, yeah, of course. Like I was like, yeah, I told her to go harder than the way she did. Like when, you know, when she was what do you call it? When she was doing the go harder, just don't be tone deaf in the process. No, I'm saying about me in particular. When she read some of the jokes that she had written, and I was like, you can do whatever you want. You can even go harder than that if you want to, because I will always take it. Like there is not, you know, I'm not going to be upset about it, right? Contrary to what people might think on the internet about how upset I am all the time about this sort of thing. The chat during it, someone called you Mal Piker. That's funny. Her Dan Clancy joke was peak. Yeah, that was a bit much, maybe. I don't know. I agree with Myth on this. You can wimp out on edgy. If you're going edgy, go all in. Still bad hack jokes, but hey, yeah. Damn, Hasanabi, you are a one-man crisis management? What do you mean? I do want the nuance of streaming stuff to stop. Why did Kai look upset then if he was already asked about the joke? I don't know if he was asked about the joke. I don't know if he was asked about if everyone was asked about every single joke. I'm talking specifically about Cutie's roast. Right? But part of the problem also was that, like, on the production side, I think when like Cutie was making a joke about someone, the production wouldn't always show them, right? The production wouldn't always show their reaction. So if you don't know that like the person that's like on the receiving end of the joke is actually laughing with you, then all of a sudden it you know, people can just like run along with whatever narratives. But like, obviously the big one was the Diddy thing, right? What? Haha, wait, are we doing this again? Didn't she call you stupid at the last Streamer Awards? Who? Cutie Cinderella? My podcast co-host? I think in many instances, like people don't understand that, you know, there are conversations that are taking place behind the scenes. Like, we're trying to entertain you guys, you know? You know, it's banter. It's called banter. You don't have to like take it more seriously. But anyway, this was the moment that was like the one that, I mean, this has 1.8 million likes on TikTok.
Educational university. So congratulations to you. Oh, and also, congrats on your new documentary with 50 Cent. That was you, right?
Oof, that was. It's so rough. It's so rough. Bombing is so rough in general. God damn, did you get to meet I Just Love Puzzles? Yes. This joke made it to the Breakfast Club, by the way. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. So it's just, oh, God, it's so fucking rough. Ay, ay, ay. Streamers are cringe, multi-millionaires, zero talent ass motherfuckers. I mean, yeah, we are not in the entertainment sphere in the same way that like comedians are, but the reality is like, you know, this is a difficult environment. Imagine how you would perform in that situation. The streamers are not that different than you in that regard. You know what I mean? It's not like we have exceptional skill. Some are more skilled than others, right? In whatever they choose to do, but it's just oof. So for those of you who don't know, the reason why she made that joke is because like it's an ongoing meme apparently in Kaisan's community of like people constantly saying, oh, when you cut your dreads off, like you're gonna look like Diddy, okay? And it was like a Mafia-thon meme or something. But the difference is it's a community meme, it's an insider meme. And if it's someone on the outside making that meme, it's a little different. Because like, you know, especially if it falls flat. Yeah, Kaisan's mom calls him on stream and begs him not to cut his hair so he doesn't look like Diddy. Like, it's like that, right?
Kai, I'm crying. Kai, your mother have big long locks and you want to cut your hair and my heart is bleeding and I'm so happy that the guy was speaking up and saying that no, not to cut it.
Mom,
you can't cut it.
Mom, you hate it.
How?
Because, like...
Mafia, he, you know who he gonna look like if he cut it? I'm not calling no
Mama, stop, stop. What?
Anyway, the point is, but you have different communities watching. Inside jokes are not necessary. No. That, like, depending on who's delivering that joke, it could be seen as like funnier regardless. I just don't like. But if you're not a part of the in group, or if you're coming in with that right after the Streamer University one, which was actually much funnier. Like, I think if she just like left it at Streamers University, it would have been fine. But then she went into the Diddy thing. She didn't word it in the appropriate way. All this stuff. Maybe I'm wrong, but you can't call it an inside joke when it's millions of people watching. There's no difference between a random person in chat making the joke, which is acceptable to them, and a host making it. No, I think the dynamic is different. The dynamic is different. If it was like one of Kai's friends making that joke as the floor host, it would have been delivered differently. Of course, contextually, even if she worded it differently, it could have been better portrayed. It's just basically the absolute worst bombing of the night because of how it was delivered, how it was received, right? And I think like that's the thing. Like, I think people just don't understand that. Like, it sounds like he doesn't like the joke. Yeah, I don't think Kai appreciates it regardless. Let's see what Breakfast Club said. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's crazy. Kaisan speaks on mental health. The Streamer Awards host Diddy joke falls flat. Oh my god. Can you replay the clip? I don't want to replay it. It's so bad, dude. It's so fucking bad. It's not good. He doesn't really look like Diddy though. Yeah, I don't really understand it. I'm gonna be honest. But I also didn't like pay attention to Mafia-thon that much. Because it gets worse. It went full flat, groans from the entire room to the degree that you can hear with the fucking microphone. And then Tylil takes the mic. And then when Tylil takes the mic, it was just nuclear, okay? It was fucking nuclear. And it's like, it's just, I don't know. Everyone in the room is an entertainer. I don't even know if you can just like save it in that situation. I don't know how you would save it in that situation, but like I think like Tyler taking the mic and just like hitting back in that regard, I'm sure it won him a lot of favors in the crowd, and also a lot of people appreciated him saying something. But it just like completely fucking. After that, it was over.
If you all gonna be on the mic, now turn this shit on. Turn this shit on. If you all gonna be on the mic making jokes, at least let it be funny. If you all gonna be on the mic making
people on TikTok like this reaction.
jokes, at least let it be funny.
I thought it was.
Have a good night.
Here. Do you want to do a joke?
No.
Okay. I only said that because he got his hair cut.
Oh. Were people laughing throughout the mic and just didn't pick it up or not? No. This is, oh God. Oh my God. It's just. It's just not. I don't even want to see the reactions. I know the reactions. I was there. You know, it was just, why do you guys want to rewatch it? Like, I was there, and it's fucking, like, when I watch this clip, it's 59 seconds long. I feel like I have an outer body experience. Like, it literally, it's just like, I feel like my soul is like leaving my body every time I fucking watch this. I'm done, okay? I'm done. I can't watch it. It's so bad. Is so fucking bad, and it was bad when you were in the room. It was out of body, not outer body. Sorry. Anyway, it was terrible, and all things, basically all of the things combined, it's not that bad. You're exaggerating. No, it was that bad. Anyway, maybe next year Cutie doesn't have a floor person. No, you can have a floor person. That's not the problem. Everything is drama now. This isn't even about the awards anymore. It's about the drama you can create around it. I know. That's the lamest part about the culture that we're in, like the streaming culture that we're in general, though, is like the takes that come in the aftermath of all of it, and like how much, you know, how much drama can be, how many impressions you can farm off of shit like this. So everyone agreed in the room it was bad right away. Did she not run the jokes by you guys? I don't know. I don't know what her background was, or what she did ahead of time, or who wrote the jokes. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, I think it's like, what is this? Why is fucking, oh my God, Twitter is busted so bad. It's just not working. Oh my God, Twitter is not working.
Lil just doing, yo, Lil standing for his bro. This what I'm saying. Y'all niggas not real niggas though. Y'all gotta stand for y'all bro. Y'all can say that's corny, but bro, he's standing up for his nigga, like, cause y'all know what happens. Kai take the mic and try to defend himself. Take a joke, nigga. Take a joke, nigga. But Lil do it. Lil willing to take that on his shoulder. That's why I respect it. He willing to shoulder that, take that to the chin, like, I'll do what I gotta do for my man. Yo. Damn, what else happened? A lot of shit happened. A lot. Lil just doing. Yo.
Standing up against what? A joke? Yeah, I mean. Anyway. I mean, this doesn't really feel like creating drama. It's more so that these jokes sound blatantly racist and have no context, so people are understandably upset. Yeah, exactly. It was painful watching as a viewer, already knowing the no context clips are about to roll in. I know. Yeah, it's just. It is what it is, you know? God, you have so many rad lib whites in your community? What do you mean? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? All right, let's see what the Breakfast Club had to say.
During the time that, you know, the awards go on, you know, the host of the awards, any awards, they do jokes and all the things. So the host tried to get off a joke about Kai Sanat and brought in Diddy. Let's take a listen.
Oh God, I'm skipping. Say yes, I can't go through this one more time. Okay, I can't go through the. It's just so cringe. It's just so bad. It's so bad to watch. Don't skip the cringe. Shut the fuck up. I don't know why you guys are so invested in brutalizing yourselves by watching it. I'm skipping it. I can't. Okay, I would still say the raises because they weren't meant for fan anyway. Those are inside memes. I had to lock my post about this because idiots don't know, one, I'm black, and two, no, I know the fucking memes. The jokes weren't for fan to make. I think even fan could have made those jokes if she just like delivered it better. That's all I'm saying. It's just, but it's not gonna work. It didn't work. It fell flat. Like, anyone can make any joke. It's just about vibes, okay? And it's about how you structure it. Like, that's it. But if you just like point to it as an outsider, what do I always explain to people? If you are not tapped in about the comings and goings of a community or a group of people or anything like that, and if you're just simply looking at it from the outside going, isn't that weird? Then it's always going to fall flat. The greatest example I can give you is Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is a brilliant comic. Dave Chappelle is one of the fucking greats. But Dave Chappelle, when it comes down to talking about trans issues, simply does the most hack material. He just goes, aren't they fucking strange? Oh, lol, it's a man wearing a dress. Oh my God, it's a helicopter. I identify as an attack helicopter. Like, that is someone who is otherwise a brilliant fucking comic using hack material, because what he's doing in that situation is not actually developing a deep understanding of this community where you can absolutely make jokes about trans people. There's very funny parts about like the dark and complicated nature of being a trans person in an otherwise transphobic planet, right? But if you're not tapped in, if you're not coming from a place of understanding, and you try to make a joke about it and you just look at it from the outside and go, aren't they fucking weird, and point the finger at it, then of course people are gonna be like, that's not that funny, that's just like kind of cringe. And it's the same principle here. Like, if you're just like simply pointing to a community meme, right, and going, oh, you look like Diddy because you got your haircut, yes, it's gonna fall flat in that situation, and that's exactly what happened because it's low-hanging fruit. Okay, every time you try to explain a joke, half of the chat is just screaming into the void and never understand what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyway. That stable clip you did is also being taken as real proof of Kaya instead of the joke it was a certain group of losers live in an alternative reality. No, I think most normal people don't. Most normal people at this point have moved on. You know? Like, the people that are still taking it seriously, the Kaya stuff, are like losing their minds over it still, are the same people who like lost their minds over like what I was wearing. Most people's attitude about what I was wearing was like, oh, that's a cool outfit. Oh, you got it from China? That's dope, right? That was the overwhelming majority of interactions that I had. But of course, when people have agendas on the fucking internet, they're like, oh, you want to kill 1 billion people, like blah, 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 all this shit. Like, they're taking it too seriously. You don't have to take it so seriously. Okay? That's it. You can let those guys just lose their fucking minds, you know? Say what you will about Hasan, but he looks like he'd run a very promising regime for 2.5 years before being couped by evil underlings and or CIA. That's a good fucking joke. You know? Anyway. Hasan, you did look sharp as a tag in your suit. Is impressive. Thank you. But you know, if you're having a good time and you're cracking jokes about something, right? And other people are also doing that. The people on the outside that are like, no, this is actually serious, are gonna look fucking ridiculous. So let them, you know? Let them look ridiculous. Let them get fucking mad and angry and upset and keep chirping into the fucking void. It's fine. It doesn't have to be. Things can be as serious as you want them to be. Okay? That's it. Did you speak to my stocky guy? Yeah. Every time I do one of these events, I speak to the stock guy about this stuff. You need to hear Charlemagne's take? All right, let's
Joke,
hear
you
it.
look like a young Jelaine Maxwell in the face.
That was Fan who's also a streamer.
That's what I would have said.
That was the second voice you heard. That was Talil, which is, you know, he's on stream. He's one of Kai's like really close friends.
His homie.
Yeah, don't play about him as he should not.
That's homie who do the split in the air, right?
Yeah.
Did someone say love the fat jokes Cutie made about queso? Are you fucking serious? Wait. Are we? No. Is Woke 2 doing this? Have you watched queso? That's like 90% of the jokes initially. What the fuck? What? Brother. What the fuck? No, this has always been your community? Yeah, is that why the overwhelming majority of chatters are actually dunking on that one chatter who wanted to be the most woke? It was uncalled for and rude. What the fuck? What is happening? Woke 2 is turning into Woke 1. Abort, 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 abort. Woke 2 is turning into Woke 1. To be fair, people are dunking on whoever you're dunking. No. No, abort. No, cut that out. Cut that out. Cut that out. No more. No more of this on. No more of this in Woke 2, please. Okay? There's a difference. There's a difference between like fat shaming versus, you know, making jokes about someone who also makes those very same jokes about themselves, and it's like a part of their fucking brand and part of the memes. Oh my God, I have to authentically defend every single fucking joke structure in this goddamn community. What the hell is going on? Yeah, that's an example of a joke that is well known in most communities as opposed to Rakai stealing. Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. We're releasing a patch on Woke 2. Please, we're patching Woke 2. Woke 2 cannot have this level of seriousness. Oh my God. Anyways,
jumped up, yeah.
But you know what? She didn't even have the confidence for the joke. Like, you didn't even execute it. It wasn't funny, but
Who was the comedian?
You didn't even have.
Her name is Fan. She's a streamer. She was about to present an award.
She's not a comedian.
I don't know if maybe comedy or something she does on her stream. I have no idea to answer that question.
Nah. I wonder if somebody wrote that for her, like if that was, you know how sometimes they
maybe
read.
so.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe
I wouldn't,
so.
That's the one I wouldn't have did.
It was
though.
corny.
It was horrible.
It was lame.
Yeah.
It just was whack.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Like, what are you even trying to
and
say?
then you had to explain it. That's how you know. Bomb. You had to
almost
explain
60
it.
years old. Kai is, what, 22? Like, I don't even see
And
a
they
correlation
don't even
of the
look
joke.
alike. She's because they got a haircut.
Yeah.
Well, now let's move on to the more. I mean, it was a happier moment, but Kai got really honest on stage when he accepted an award, and he talks about his mental health recently. Let's take a listen.
One thing I wanted to say to you guys tonight is, I hope a lot of creators in here.
Didn't he? I don't know if I didn't hear his speech, but did he say that anime helped his mental health? That's crazy. That's crazy. He said Death Note and Naruto saved me.
And everybody at home and the viewers and the streamers, really take care of your mental health. I just noticed that recently I just been going through things in my head, and I was able to, you know, turn to like anime, Death Note, Naruto, recently since I've been gone, and I just been able to, you know, find happiness within that. But yeah, as for the word of collab, I want to preach to everybody, like, within our community, us collabing is everything. You feel what I'm saying? So collaboration is everything. And I know this year...
Are you dunking on him for that? I mean, if you're going to talk about anime saving your mental health, One Piece is right there. You're going to go with Naruto? I like Naruto. I love Naruto. Naruto was a very important fucking anime for me. It was one of the first, like, big animes that I actually got invested in. But, and I love Death Note too, but One Piece is right there, man. What are we talking about? Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is good. I'm glad that he's, like, getting into it, okay? I don't know. I only watched Attack on Titan. Naruto is it, man. L-Take brother. I mean, I like Naruto. I love Naruto. Yeah, big dog, he ain't 50 yet. One Piece is now for 50-year-olds. Is that what we're talking about? That's what we're talking about. That's crazy. The most popular anime on the planet currently. That's insane. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Has been very difficult on the fan bases, the communities, and of streaming in general. And as long as we don't tear each other apart and let that get in between us, we're gonna be just fine. So I appreciate y'all.
Dope. Dropping a clues bomb for that young man, Kai.
Yeah.
Salute to Kai. Hey, yo, what if his girlfriend would have walked up and had her Will Smith moment on Shorty?
Oh, India Love did something like that, but it wasn't behind Hasanabi. India Love tried.
Yeah,
she did a little moment.
Yeah, but that was not a very good moment. So we're gonna talk about that as well. Hasan is just mad he's an old fart. Okay, first of all, Kai is what, 22? He's talking about Naruto and Death Note. The fuck do you mean old fart? Okay, Naruto is also old at this point. We're not talking about Boruto. We're talking about Naruto. Shut up. I'm not out here saying, oh, it's like Yu Yu Hakusho was one of the most important works of art of all time. I'm not doing the unk talk right now, okay? One Piece is still going out. One Piece is still going on. Anyway, it's just funny because I love all of these animes, and I'm actually very stoked that more and more people are getting into anime in general, because, like, you know, Kai is a very influential person, so it's dope that he's promoting anime in general. Getting mad at people calling you old is really funny and makes you really old with love. No, I am old. I am old. I'm getting mad at someone calling something falsely old. Not me. You can call me old. I am old. That's true. I'm old as fuck. I'm 34. I'm basically dead. 1 foot in the fucking grave, Chad. I'm just saying that if you say, oh, liking One Piece is like old folk behavior as opposed to what? Defending Naruto, then you're crazy. Yes, you are freaky unk. I don't like being called freaky unk. Anyway. Where were we? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the India Love situation. That was definitely whack. Did you know that Wendy winning next year heckler at the end of the show was a 50-year-old guy? Bro, I'm kind of scared of Wendy Ortiz. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know enough, but I feel like she has Fedayeen, dude. I feel like she has like ride or die, like people that will die for her. Like she has an incredible fan base. Like her fan base is she has shooters, okay? I briefly talked to her at the award show. I mean, she seems chill. Like, I don't really know enough about what goes on, but she got some shooters. Speed interaction clip. Oh yeah, I saw this as well. We
Kind of after you guys, let me tell you, it's fucking amazing. What's up, man? Hasan. Darren. Nice to meet you. It was fucking amazing. Really? Yes. We just got back. I went to Ireland after, but we went for like 2 weeks. The lit one is the best. Best fucking experience. You want to take a photo with me? Okay. All right. Already from time?
He said, are they from China? This is from his vlog. Oh, Jesus. He doesn't even remember you, little bro? Yeah, okay.
I thought that's why you brought it up.
Right. No, I brought it up because I went to China recently and it was awesome. But that's a separate thing. I went to China after you.
The reply said, you look at him the way we look at you. I mean, I am very proud of him. Dude, I talk about this all the fucking time. What do you mean? He could have, dude, he became massively popular at the age of like 15 in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And he could have gone a very different, a very dark path with his content, okay? Like, of course I'm proud of him. He went from, like, where he could have gone with his content and what he did is entirely different than what he did instead, right? He could have just gone down a very bad path, doing like crazy ass like nuisance streaming. He could have been like a Jack Doherty type, right? But instead he was like, no, I'm gonna fucking show the positive sides of the rest of the fucking planet. He became like a global superstar. He's America's cultural ambassador. Of course I'm fucking proud of him. Are you kidding me? Yeah, we could have been watching Jobbery videos about the downfall of iShowSpeed or some shit. Like, look, not everyone is going to be like super invested and peak woke in the way that many in this community are. And sometimes y'all get really fucking annoying and uncharitable with like the average person and their perspective, not putting into context like their environment and their social conditioning. But in spite of all of that, there are two issues that most Americans even, especially, you know, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, would never be on board with, which was Free Palestine and being pro-trans. He has both of those locked down. It's difficult for me. It's difficult for me not to, you know, shower a person like that with praise, okay? And on top of that, he's like super chill about China too. That's the One Piece diff, okay? He is literally real life Luffy. Nah, the Mount jacket was whack, but you're still gorgeous. Man, you have to literally find something, dude. Take a day off, bitch. You can't even, like, everybody will always be like, you gotta get custom tailored suits. I get a custom tailored suit, you still have to find something with it. Be unabashedly enamored by the good you see in other humans is such a good example. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, I'm so glad that he's doing what he's doing in this space, dude. I mean, he just sticks to his own lane. He sticks to his own lane. He's very nice, good vibes overall. Like, you know, he's just killing it. It's legit woke or walk the plank, Lamount. I know.
And
Pace Dap says he's completely unbothered by India Love saying he didn't deserve breakout streamer because he knows he worked hard to earn it.
I hear my name and I look up and I'm like, wait a second, that is not Valkyrie. And then I
Woke or gulag, the revolution cannot be bloodless. Yeah. Yeah, the India Love moment.
Real quick, y'all.
So, basically, this is supposed to be the Sapphire Award. Valkyrie is supposed to come on stage. All of a sudden, India Love comes on stage. For those of you who don't know, India Love, like, did some reality TV stuff. I think did OnlyFans for a little bit as well. And is like is now a streamer, right? Is now a streamer in these in adjacent communities, right? And she comes on and she tried to do a Kanye West, Taylor Swift. I'm gonna let you finish, but you know, Beyonce had the best album of all time type shit. Except she fucking boofed it, okay? She flubbed it. And also, it's already fucking embarrassing to begin with to do that. It's already like incredibly embarrassing to try and do that for the fucking streamer awards. Was this planned? No, of course it wasn't planned. What are you talking about? She got kicked out after. And literally everyone in the room hated it. Everyone in the, not a single person in the room, not a single person in the room was like, wow, that was super sick. Everyone fucking hated it. Everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing?
I know Breakout Streamer of the Year went to Breakout Streamer of the Year.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. Nope, 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 nope. 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 Breakout with her. Nope, nope, nope. Get out. Nope. Not good.
I know Breakout Streamer of the Year went to Breakout Streamer of the Year went to Adapt. And congratulations, and we respect you for what you did. But Rakai should have won Breakout Streamer of the Year and DDG. I don't care what y'all say. Shout out Rakai and shout out blah, 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 blah. Literally everyone was booing her. Like everyone in the room in unison was like, boo. Like if they had tomatoes, they'd be tossing it on stage. But yeah, and then she got kicked out. Yeah, security came up and escorted her off the premises. I heard people online saying it was a reaction to the jokes being perceived as racist. No, fuck no. What are you talking about? No, it was not. She was just a fucking clout farming. What? No. No, not even a little bit. No, there's no way to salvage that. Nobody was on board with that, okay? Yeah, that had nothing to do with anything. She could have said something about that if that's what she wanted to do, but nope. And apparently she apologized for it.
I just want to apologize to Adapt. There was no reason or excuse for dimming your light in your moment. What I did was very selfish and inconsiderate. I wasn't
with the music and everything.
considering anybody else's thoughts, nothing but my own, and just being in a moment.
Dude, streaming culture is crazy, dude. It's just so funny. With the music.
And I took away from your moment, and I deeply am like truly apologetic for that. You know,
I know whoever clipped it actually put the music, chat. God damn, I know. Can I say it's still funny? Jesus Christ, I know whoever was the clipper on this account, they put the music.
I wanna, it's FaZe Clan.
It's still funny.
I definitely respect you guys as a group. You guys are real.
Anyway, so yeah, and then this was Adapt's take on it.
And then I hear my name and I look up and I'm like, wait a second, that is not Valkyrie. And then I realized it was like a whole Kanye moment type thing, you know what I mean? And a lot of people want to know my reaction, how I felt like about that. And to be honest with you, I'm not bothered. How could I be bothered? Because I know I put the work in. I know I did. I know I did.
That's my goat.
I did. And I've never had nothing to prove to anyone but myself. Nothing to anyone but myself. And every stage of my life, that's all I've ever tried to do. Is whatever I said I was gonna do, whatever goal I set for myself, all I've tried to do is stay disciplined and keep pushing forward to get that goal, right? And no one is ever gonna take that away from me or make me feel like I didn't deserve this award or like I didn't put in pain.
Y'all suck.
You know what I mean? And there's ways to go about doing it, right? Okay, cool. And then
Do you agree that the fists were better across the board this year? I feel like more people consistently slayed. Yeah, I think so. PBM pushes back on sexism gone woke. I'm stroking my shit to this right now. Blackboy Max responds to Aiden Ross saying that nobody watches female streamers unless they want to get with them or have weird fantasies about them. This is some bubble shit. Because maybe your audience gang, but come on, bro. Oh my God. I mean, it's woke boy Max. Okay, first of all.
This is once again also this some bubble shit. Y'all know what I'm saying, chat? This is some bubble shit because maybe your audience gang, but come on, bro. You telling me Vanilla Mace, KDB, Yana, even Wendy, you feel me? Senna, you're telling me people don't just watch them because they find them entertaining? That's cat, bro. That's cat.
No, I'm being real.
And I know y'all don't fuck with Vanilla either. That's cool, but bro, she has the art.
Can't do it.
This is
woke boy Max. Rating your streamer award outfit. The clip is unavailable because it was deleted, or if the video was based on was removed or edited. Anyway, there was, of course, as always, there were a lot of peripheral communities that were on the outside just fucking shitting on it. You know, there was some drama related to that, apparently. Do you see Roachman complain about never winning or being nominated, yet he has won in previous years? He's so dumb. I didn't see it, but it is, it's not surprising. I didn't personally see it, but he complained about Maya winning. I don't understand why he fucking said that. Didn't he literally? I would have assumed he would have voted for Maya or endorsed Maya. But yeah, he just he does shit like that. He does shit like that, and then people fucking clip it, and then they yell at him over it when he's like rage baiting. Address the peanut. What happened with the peanut? But yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do the bad vibes. I don't wanna talk about the bad vibes in general. I'm not talking about the bad vibes in general. I'm talking about the good vibes.
She's a legend, and she is the moment. Now, come on now.
Your husband is dead.
Are you? Of course. I started to feel my panties drop. What was that? She is so beautiful. I've never seen a bad picture of her, ever. Clap.
No, I'm not gonna go through the fits. I'm not gonna go through the fits right now because I gotta do, I gotta do news. Okay, it's Monday. It's news day. It's an appreciation award. I don't see why people take it seriously. Best fit.
This is part two.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Seer, and
okay,
Peach
so
always
she's looking. Okay,
pulling through.
So talk to the people.
Okay, you motherfuckers do want me to go through the fits, but it's Monday. I gotta do news, man. I gotta move on. My point is, yes, it's 70% community votes and 30% like a bunch of people that are in the industry that make these sorts of decisions, and I think it's a pretty decent process overall. And people saying it's rigged or whatever, I don't know. It's just fucking, it's lame. And I say this as someone who, once again, literally, third most watched streamer in 2025. I won 0 nominations. You know, it was my most impactful year in terms of politics. 0 nominations. If I'm not complaining, why the fuck is anybody else complaining? What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? You know, calm down. It's ridiculous. And if you're upset about like not being invited or whatever, maybe you should think about how you conduct yourself or how you carry yourself or what your impact is in this space. Okay? You're not complaining because your friend put it on, bro? No, brother, no. Because I'm seeing it as a positive thing overall. Okay? Because I see the event as a positive overall. Do you understand? Where would you get a nomination streamer of the year? Just Chatting is what I've won in the past years. When you remember that everyone is 12, their behavior makes more sense. Yeah, brother, you're literally saying I'm not complaining because your friend put it on? Okay, my friend put it on and I still didn't get nominated. Shouldn't I be complaining more then? It's not about me. It's not about like getting a recognition in that regard. It's more so about you know, thinking about what it does for this space in general. I think it's a good thing. Okay. That's it. Did you talk to Alana to come on stream and talk dispatch when you were there? I did talk to Alana about dispatch, yes. And remember, for every person that, like, you know, didn't win an award, there's a person that actually won that award, and they have a fucking wonderful presence in this space as well. It's not like even the adapt situation is a perfect example of this. Like, you know, it's a war show. Every single person that was nominated is going to be in the top of the field, right? You know, you just can't let, I don't know, you just can't get frustrated by stuff like this. You know, I don't know. "100% rigged. I really don't care about the show, but ain't no way you shouldn't be nominated. I don't give a fuck about your podcast calls." Okay, everybody calm down. It's ridiculous. Like, there's a reason why other people... What is this? "When are you going to address QDC?" What is the... What? Your address the... What? I just spent the last hour and 42 minutes talking about the Streamer Awards. What the fuck? What are you talking about? "Please, Hasan, you were in the pic and it's so funny." So dumb. Anyway. "New Year's resolution, stop bringing up randos. Chat is more pressed than streamers." True. Anyway, yeah, that's it. "You cooked Fan with your call response, by the way. Good job." Yeah, I think it was good. Yeah, I made the most of that situation. I was there. I wanted to socialize more in the community because I feel like I've been so insulated in this last year. I've been so invested in my own thing, so dialed in on politics, that I think the community outlook has also moved in that direction as well, where people literally resist whenever I talk about like streamer related stuff or culture related shit. People genuinely get frustrated where they're like, "Get to the news, man." And it's fucking annoying. It's good that I'm socializing. It's good that I'm doing these sorts of collaborative streams in general, because if you become too isolated, if you become too insular, it's the content itself is going to get stale. It's going to get boring, and you're not going to be able to talk to other communities. Like, some of you motherfuckers are no fun having ass bitches. I'm sorry, okay? Some of you motherfuckers get really annoying about this sort of thing. And the whole point, And the reason why I was able to develop a community like this is because I don't just do news. I don't just do politics. I'm not serious all the time, okay? And it's, sorry I have a day job. I don't give a shit that you have a day job, okay? This is just how I like, I'm having this conversation with you guys because, you know, this is how it works, right? This back and forth is a part of this medium, right? That's how it works. I could just do what I'm doing without even giving you guys any sort of reason or any sort of feedback whatsoever, but I don't want to do that. So don't take that as an opportunity to be like, fuck you. I'm just explaining how I feel, right? I'm explaining to you how I feel and why I want to do certain things. Yeah. Do you, bro? Fuck the people who cry? Exactly. Came from gaming, got tricked into politics. That's exactly why that sort of stuff is also important, right? Yeah. New viewers don't know. Like post October 7, we just straight up only did politics and pretty fucking devastating content in general. It was just only real world news and events. Like most people don't realize that I used to do much more. I used to cover a much more diverse array of subjects, whether it be culture, whether it be fashion, whether it be all this other stuff, and even like, you know, Twitch related stuff and culture and things like that. Shit, I'm only here for politics. If you want to talk about something else, I either deal with it or listen to something else. It's good to diversify in general. Exactly. Video games as well, and it just like it fucks my brain up too when I'm only talking about politics. It's just, and this has been like 30% of your Twitch career now. Exactly. So, you know, we got to put the fun reacts in the bag, and we got to put the collabs in the bag as well. But yeah,
I'm passing the phone to the most chopped.
I got cooked there. MasterChef Era, unironically best Era, not gonna lie. I get what you're saying, but streamer shit and is not touching grass. What? That's why I love doing the IRL streams as well. Because it you know, breaks away. Even if there are less people watching when I do stuff like that, it breaks away from the monotony of just only doing news in general. And I think it brings in a newer audience as well. And we have to do that because at the end of the day, you know, it's not good to be totally fucking cut off from the rest of the space. It's my greatest strength, I would say, is that, you know, I have the capacity to socialize with people, unlike many of my other counterparts in this sphere, in a way that like Asmongold can't, for example, you know. He could. He just he could do it too. It's just his politics are doo-doo. Not gonna lie, the college jokes are funny and how bad they were, Lamau. Yeah, I mean, it's a hack shit, but you can't, you know, you just... I'm saying we gotta restore the vibes as well, because this is supposed to be fun too, you know? Be honest, man, the fan response something you had ready, or was it off the cuff? Because that shit had me howling. No, it was off the cuff. I didn't think that she was gonna do that. What is this? Shut the fuck up. He's not good. Asmongold is not good. Worst take ever. No, you misunderstood me. It's like you said on the pod. At least no one's calling you a terrorist. Yeah, I'm choosing to see the silver lining in this, because for the past 2 years, everyone fucking called me a terrorist, but now they just say I'm a dog zapper. Okay, at least the dog zapper is like less less crazy than being called a fucking terrorist all the goddamn time. You know what I mean? So it's progress. We're moving up. Okay. Yeah, it's less threatening to normies when I get called a terrorist. It's like normies go, what the fuck? You terrorize dogs though? Yes. Your best picks from the show? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I cooked Austin. Austin was sitting by himself on the table. He did not wear a stinky shirt. It does kind of look like the stinky shirt though, but it's not. Okay. Where did you get the mecha suit you had with you to make yourself bigger than I show speed? Yeah. All right. We're moving on. We're moving into. Oh, this is the last thing I was gonna look at. Is Ronaldo talks about the alleged homophobic, racist, transphobic allegations. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's a good joke, and I think it ruins the image for us. How much FaZe can has pushed through the bullshit, and we still get called this Cutie Cinderella Streamer Awards. Just a whole lot of bullshit shaking my head. What did he say?
I feel like this homophobic, racist shit, transphobe shit, put on the word FaZe Clan actually needs to stop. I don't think it's funny, to be honest with you.
Wait, he's being serious? See, this is what I mean. This is what's like surprising, because I feel like I've heard him turn around and be like, I've heard him turn around and deal with this a lot better, but they could be homophobic. What is this? They could not be homophobic and racist. Maybe that would be maybe that would help. What is this? Context? The original post is deleted. I only just found out about the situation now, but I really doubt anyone on FaZe even knows who I am, and it sucks that their first impression of me is someone calling them out on my behalf without my knowledge for something they did not do. The person in the clip who wasn't FaZe probably didn't say not SK, and even if they did, I personally could not care less. I appreciate everyone who goes out. What is this? What happened? Before he named 4 women, someone dropped the trans creator's name. It was not him saying it. Not sure who was speaking into the mic. Oh, it was the production. It was the. It's nothing. They cleared it up. Not worth covering. It was like a production hot mic moment or something. Is that what happened? Like in the background. This is another side combo. I appreciate everyone who goes out and defended me. I know it comes from a good place, but please don't make reaches or assumptions like this on my behalf. I'm completely immune to transphobic comments. I've read so many and I feel so secure that they just make me laugh now. So don't feel like you need to help or defend me against them either. It'll never stop. It bothers you more than it bothers me, and it's a waste of time and energy. They're just trying to bait you into fighting with them and getting mad/sad. You win by not interacting. The only time I really want people to defend me is if someone dislikes me for something that's completely made up or just doesn't have the full context. Oh, I feel bad. That's literally... Yeah, that's you gotta be fucking like, you gotta have unlimited thick skin in this space, especially if you're trans. TLDR, people attribute to the FaZe table, but it was a hot mic from the stage. Oh, that's so. It's sad that she has to say this. You know what I mean? It's sad that she has to say this. Like, it's sad that you have to like develop this level of fucking thick skin as well. The only time I really want people to defend me is someone dislikes me for something that's completely made up. Life is too beautiful to spend arguing with people who don't matter. Have a wonderful day. That's dope. Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta tank it. It sucks. It's not just in the streaming space. All trans people have to put up walls in that big day-to-day life. No, I know. I know. It's just that it's of course it happens all the time. It happens to every person of marginalized background. Like whichever point of marginalization you have, it's a dynamic that I've talked about before, where it's like you have to constantly think like, do I make a big deal out of this even though if it hurt my feelings? Do I have to justify my existence? Do I have to just like advocate on my own behalf, knowing full well that other people in the environment might actually find me to be a nuisance and find my concerns to be invalid, even though they are valid, right? It is the unfortunate reality where you just have to like sit there and eat it in most circumstances in order to cohabitate these places, right? It sucks. It's so shitty. You know? That's why we don't put up with that kind of stuff here, obviously. It happens to you all the time. Yeah, it happens to me on the only on the foreign policy that pertains to both, not only just like Israel, but you know, American foreign policy in the Middle East region. And I've talked about this with respect to like you know, black community members as well. There is this similarity in that sort of struggle. As you say, you love Ron. Yeah, Ron didn't do this, chatter. What the fuck? What are you talking about? She's literally saying this was a hot mic moment. It wasn't him who said this. What the fuck? Anyway. That's why, that's part of the reason why I tried to, you know, create a relatively safe space. It's not going to always be a safe space, obviously, but because it's an educational environment, so there's always going to be, like microaggressions and things like that take place here. But ultimately, people that come in here are fully aware of the fact that I will defend you, and I will make sure that you're not attacked. Broadly speaking.
Or are you just excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
God, is that the shot?
Half court, logo 3. You already know. Anyway, all right, that's it.
Paramount.
We're gonna start talking about Paramount now, launching a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Oh, speaking of which, as far as yes, news time. Everyone rejoice! It's news time. Yeah, there were some comments on the fit. People were losing their fucking minds on the Zhongshan suit, custom made in China, as you guys know. I was really, you know, I'm very stoked on it, and apparently BDBD chatters loved it. Okay, whereas Americans lost their fucking minds. I even saw people on 4chan shitting on the people mad about your drip. Yeah. What is this, Ethan Klein? I don't care what he said. Come on, dude, don't fucking think me that shit. Okay, I don't give a shit what he's doing. Let him fucking chirp. Anyway, let's continue. Let's get to to the hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Warner Bros. Discovery. Okay.
Has just announced a hostile takeover bid for CNN's parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery. This news coming just days after the company announced a deal with Netflix.
CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is gathering the details. What is this for our viewers who may not understand exactly what this means? Tell us about it, Brian.
Since we're talking about media, latest media bias chart might be fun to dissect. Oh my God, Ad Fontes media chart, that's my favorite. These guys fucking hate me, dude. They fucking hate my ass. I don't even know if I made it in the cut this year, but usually they put me in like the most conspiratorial and the worst in these charts. I don't even know if they put me in the chart this year. Yeah, Ad Fontes Media. Oh my Lord. I didn't know that there was a new media bias chart. I look forward to it every year. It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing because like it's the centrism lovers truly enjoy when this list comes out to be like, see? Hasan is the Alex Jones of the left. Look at this biased media chart. TYT to the left of Jacobin? Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. None of it makes sense, brother. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. Pod Save America is to the left of Jacobin as far as like most extreme left, hyper-partisan left. The up-down is reliability, and the left-right is partisanship on like, you know, your ideological leanings, okay? And it's so busted. It's so fucking bad. I wonder if they got a little bit better this year, but I highly doubt it. Selective or incomplete / unfair persuasion and hyper-partisan left. Yeah, Jimmy Dore being represented as a hyper-partisan left, being more to the left than Jacobin is hilarious as well. It's already a difficult thing to try to figure out like what any kind of expression of politics in America is going to fit in this kind of grid system. But you can tell an outlet's biases by just looking at the right-wing side, okay? And comparing like different places, like comparing what. Like, you can look at the Ad Fontes media as an institution and their own personal biases by looking at, like, how they perceive the right, okay? Because the media bias chart has always been fucking ridiculous. Not even by using myself, but just by, like, comparing what they consider to be reliable news, okay? On the reliability spectrum, putting something like Fox News, right, or Washington Examiner above like a Daily Beast or a Jacobin or a Democracy Now! Very quickly shows you where these guys' opinions are, okay? Like they say Fox News, for example, skews right. By whose metric? If you think Fox News is just skews right and is not hyper-partisan right or most extreme right, who is most extreme right? Yeah, Fox News just skews right. It's just like baby right. You know, they're kind of right wing. They're centrist. It's just ridiculous. Did Ronald Reagan write this from hell? Yeah. Charlie Kirk show, also hyper partisan right and also not very reliable, which, you know, I don't disagree with, but it's, you know, it's kind of bad. It's, it's in poor taste to put Charlie Kirk down here, you know, especially after the year that he had. This is fucked up. What are we doing here? But it is, yeah, it's hilarious that Jimmy Dore is not only on the left, but also on the hyper partisan left. Okay. You can type your name top left, but it's paywalled to see where you are. Yeah, if you think I'm paying for that, you're out of your dang mind. Here's the static version with you in it. Is it from... Oh, no, this is... Oh, this is the new one. This is this year. Okay. This is... contains misleading info and also hyper-partisan left. Almost on the most extreme. Okay? Almost on the most extreme, which is fucked up. They snubbed me again. Okay, they didn't put me as the most extreme because I am the most extreme. I'm the max left. Okay, and they say it contains misleading info, contains inaccurate, fabricated information. Yeah, misleading information like Israel's committing a genocide, by the way. Okay, if you want to understand, like these guys put, if you want to understand their biases, you can look at the very fact that they will put me at contains misleading information, while Epoch Times is on analysis or wide variation in reliability. Epoch fucking Times, Matt Taibbi, the Free Press. I wonder what these guys' point of view looks like on the issue of Israel. If you're putting the Free Press on, you know, wide array of reliability. Yeah, Joe Rogan Experience, higher degree of reliability than myself here. Maybe they're a little bit right wing. Maybe they skew a little bit right wing. The lunatic media bias chart. I know. It is funny to me that a lot of the centrist so-called liberal people who despise me will always point to this. Will always point to this chart to like beef up their point, right? To be like, oh, dude, look, Hasan is fucking unserious. Don't watch him, right? Please do not go listen to what he has to say in terms of commentary. Not realizing that like they are unironically writing for a very right-wing media chart. You know? They're just like normalizing and trying to make legitimate a very right-wing media chart in general. If you have Epoch Times here, you're out of your fucking mind. I don't know if they have Zeteo on here. Maybe they don't have Zeteo. Yeah, InfoWars is more reliable than me. I'm here, InfoWars is above me. InfoWars that got fucking they got sued for $1 billion, and the Free Press is like the Free Press is also close to the middle but skews right. InfoWars with their consistent coverage on demonic entities taking over the United States of America is considered more reliable. It's just, you know, I know people will say, oh, Hasan is so butthurt. I'm not. And the reason why I'm not is because all of these outlets obviously don't agree with this media bias chart. So it doesn't make sense even from that perspective, because virtually all of these outlets will come to me for coverage with regular frequency. So even in its own confined logic that they're trying to create within the bias chart, this doesn't make any sense. I can't find you, even though you're apparently small little dot on here, but I found Chapo and Al Jazeera. Oh, this is like, they've gone crazy with this. They've done a lot more. Oh yeah, on the news and reliability, they say Chapo is not reliable either. Anyway. Kushner, Saudis, Qataris, and the UAE teaming up with Ellison to try to form the world's dominant English language media property. Paramount's initial press statement didn't include a mention of sovereign wealth funds, but September SEC filing said the outside financing partners include funds from Saudis, Qataris, Emirates, as well as Jared Kushner's affinity partners. Those funders have agreed to forego any governance rights to not trip CFIUS limits. I wonder where Dropsite is on the media reliability. That's another very clear indication of their biases. But regardless, let's get into it. The Ellisons are at it again.
Down to how much Warner Bros. Discovery is worth, how much it's valued by shareholders. This time last year, the stock was hovering around $10 a share. It had been beaten down by shareholders for a couple of years. But now WBD is up near $30 a share, and that's how much Paramount is offering for the entire company, including CNN. This is an attempt to go over the top and to defeat Netflix, which has offered to pay $27 and change per share for just Warner Bros. And HBO, for just the movie studio and the streaming service part of the house. Paramount is basically saying that it is making a superior all-cash offer and going directly to shareholders in what's known as a hostile takeover bid and letting investors decide what to do with the future of the company. Here's Paramount CEO David Ellison speaking about it this morning.
We're sitting on Wall Street where cash is still king. We are offering shareholders $17.6 billion more cash than the deal they currently have signed up with Netflix. And we believe when they see what is currently in our offer, that's what they'll vote for.
So it's a corporate tug of war, financial back and forth. This is going to go on for a while. Netflix and WBD have a contract, they have a deal, and they're staying the course moving forward. Now, President Trump is an X factor here. Will he direct the Justice Department to slow down Netflix's pursuit of Warner Brothers? Will he try to tip the scales in some way? Well, notably, last night, Trump was keeping his options open. He expressed some skepticism about Netflix's deal, but he also praised co-CEO Ted Sarandos. Here's what Trump said.
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. Netflix is a great company, and they've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share, so we'll have to see what happens.
Now, Netflix has been courting President Trump in recent weeks, and so has Paramount CEO David Ellison. A lot of this comes down to the relationships that the president has with these media moguls and what direction these moguls want to take the company. Notably, though, this morning, Trump blasted Paramount and blasted David Ellison in a Truth Social post. Apparently, the president was very upset with 60 Minutes last night, and he said in all caps, they're no better than the old ownership. Since they bought it, 60 Minutes has actually gotten worse. So President Trump not happy with either of his options seemingly this morning. But more importantly, more notably, a hostile bid now for WBD. We don't know who will end up owning CNN and the rest of the company.
The drama continues.
Yep, it certainly does.
Yeah. All right, Brian Stelter, thank you so much.
Now a bombshell announcement that happened this morning, and it will impact the...
I like to think, like, how much further could this go? Like, how much more media consolidation could we have? Is it better if there's only one company? Because, like, it's already a handful, right? It's already a handful of media properties. Might as well get to just one singular media entity. But hey, as long as it's not run by the government, it's fine, right? You know, that's capitalism, baby. No, it's not fine. Okay, it is. If a monopoly is going to happen regardless, which obviously in the best circumstance, this is what capitalism is supposed to foster. No monopolies, right? And yet, for some weird reason, the more wealth is concentrated in the hands of a select few, the more they consolidate power as well. This is one of the most important aspects of said power. It's an expression of said power. Okay? And it's crazy that virtually all of these different organs of the media are now in the hands of like 8 fucking people total. And it seems like they want to even consolidate further. I say, if it turns into a monopoly in the hands of, you know, a handful of people, maybe it's easier to take over with the state. The difference, of course, in this situation is, yeah, consolidation is not capitalism. No, it is a natural phenomena. For that reason, of course, capitalism is going to invite this kind of consolidation. What do you mean? These are companies that are doing capitalism better than everybody else. The entire point is to try to monopolize an entire sector. There is a reason why the government, in an anti-capitalist initiative, is supposed to engage in some sort of antitrust measure, some sort of regulatory measure to break these fucking major companies, and yet they choose not to do that over and over again because they're completely captive to wealth. Consolidation will kill capitalism faster than socialism. I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm saying, like, how much more of this can we take? Okay. We only had cable TV until a decade ago. It's fine. No. Because once again, yeah, sure, we have social media and whatnot, but the less diversity that exists in the hands of a select few, the easier it is to control all flows of information, especially when the guy we're talking about that wants to fucking make this merger happen, not only just bought CBS, wants CNN, and on top of that, owns TikTok. So it's these fucking dudes that literally own the social media platforms as well. And if you think that they're not actively looking for new ways to try and foment pro-Israel sentiment, for example, this was one example, right? One example of many others that you can talk about, or make people feel better about this kind of concentration of wealth that exists, make people feel better, or try to get them to hyper focus on other things, you know, create discontent or take advantage of that discontent and then reshift people's priorities back to like marginalized communities and whatnot. If you don't think that this kind of concentration of wealth and power is not going to make that easier, you're not paying attention. Sarcasm is dead. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen anyway, is what I mean. Okay.
Entire media and entertainment industry. Paramount launched a hostile takeover bid for all of Warner Brothers Discovery after an $82 billion deal with Netflix was announced on Friday.
When you put number 1 and number 3 together, you are handing Netflix unprecedented market power, which is anti-competitive in every single
That's so funny that he's saying that. Yeah, he's doing this for competition, actually. And for the record, I think the Ellisons are buying CNN no matter what happens. Okay, the bid for Warner Brothers Discovery is actually about CNN. And no, CNN is not broke as fuck. You're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know. You're absolutely wrong about that. CNN is insanely profitable on its own. Still, to this day, CNN is insanely profitable. Okay? A lot of these companies, no, I'm not incorrect. CNN actually generates a fuck ton of profits. It's unimaginable to think. I get it, especially if you are on the internet. You're like, what the fuck? CNN is profitable? Yes. Billions of dollars in profit that they fucking bring in every year. The reason why you don't think it's profitable is because of the fake accounting that takes place. So they take the profits that CNN is generating and they basically divvy it out. Okay, not only is it unimaginably profitable, but also on top of that, they continue to make these insane. They continue to make these insane moves to like do partnerships with Kalshi and shit. Okay. Chatters don't know CNN has been making billions from. No, okay, it's a funny joke. But the reason why CNN is a very profitable entity is because of its ad space, okay? They are profitable because of their fucking ad space. That's it. Hi, TV guy here. CNN makes more money than TBS and TNT combined, and that's their 2 flagships. Yes. if they commit fully to making CNN super right wing, won't they lose most of their profits from their current audience? I think the gamble currently is maybe putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I think these guys do legitimately think that you can dominate. I think these guys legitimately believe if you own all these media properties and you just basically fucking get them to be more right wing, you'll be able to make the entire country more right wing. And there is some truth to that, for sure. Okay? Especially if they don't go too heavy-handed with it, especially if they do like a center-right pivot, even though CNN already is center-right, so I don't know how much more center-right they can fucking be. But they genuinely think that if you control the flows of information, you can control people's minds across the board. Like people will, especially if you do it successfully enough and if you do it frequent enough, people will lose the forest for the trees. Okay? I don't think the ideology is that deep. I just think they like money. Oh no, this is propaganda. This is absolutely a part of making money and continuing the super profits. Propaganda plays a major role. That's the reason why average chatters and regular folk don't understand the importance of what I do, for example. But you know who does understand that? The motherfucking billionaires that literally give unlimited funds to right-wing YouTube channels, okay? They understand that. Why are they making that investment? Do you think they're getting a return on that investment? Fuck no. They're doing it because they recognize that the steady flow of propaganda that actually distracts the working class causes them to not organize, causes them to like every moment that one of your neighbors is invested in thinking about like whatever fucking trans people are doing, or, you know, Guatemalan migrants being Guatemalan migrants being a serious threat to American civilization, is a moment where they don't recognize their class position, is a moment where they don't want to organize, okay? Wealthy people understand their class position. Billionaires, millionaires, capital owners understand their class position, and they're constantly engaging in class warfare. From this Marxian perspective, they are doing it all the time. And a big part of doing it all the time relies on making sure that the proletariat, the working class, do not understand their class position. And the best possible way to do that is by consistently dividing the working class and ensuring that they are too busy fighting amongst themselves to not look up and realize that maybe they should actually unite on their class interest and go up against the billionaires and millionaires. Okay? Simply put, it's the whole dynamic between, it's not left right, it's actually up versus down. It's true. There is truth to that. The reason why they're doing this is not immediately to make money. The reason why they're doing this is so that they can continue to make money without any sort of pushback whatsoever, without any sort of organizing against them whatsoever, because propaganda plays a big role, okay? The other side of the story, as far as monopolization and power concentration, is that when you actually are able to achieve a monopoly, you can slowly but surely raise prices, and there's no market competitor. So what are you gonna fucking do, right? You still need delivery, so you have to keep paying the now increased prices. And also on top of that, in order to make sure that profit margins keep going up, regardless of this, regardless of the ways in which technological improvements actually lower profit margins in general, you can still turn around and lower wages and find new ways of increasing profits, because the most malleable aspect of the most valuable aspect of commodity production, in order to extract more surplus labor value, is on the point of labor. You can always reduce wages, you can always reduce benefits, and continue to expand your profit margins year over year. And that's where we're at. And that's what's happened with Amazon, for example. Predatory pricing with Amazon and a bunch of anti-competitive initiatives that Amazon engaged in made it a monopoly in the field of e-commerce, right? And now they just dominated. They dominate e-commerce. They can increase prices if they choose to do so, and no one can say anything about it because they can't go anywhere else. That's a major problem with monopolies in different airlines, for example. Certain markets in the American airspace are dominated by either one company or two companies, right? And if you have to fly to, I don't know, Clearwater, Florida or something, you just have to take that fucking airline. There is no alternative. You have no other alternatives. You have no alternatives in terms of like taking a train or any other alternative versions of travel, and you don't even have any alternatives when it comes to different airlines that you can take, right? And that's precisely how, these companies can continue to ruin whatever kind of services that they used to offer with not much pushback. We also have to take into account the opposite end of the monopoly. It's not just one seller, it's one buyer. For instance, something like Amazon, it forces people who want to sell goods to take bad revenue splits, or in TV, it forces writers to pitch a show to one or two people who will not offer competitive prices. Yes. Think about it from the same perspective of Twitch streaming, right? When there was only one dominant force, streamers couldn't argue for better contracts, for example. But when there's multiple platforms out there, that's actually supposed to be good for competition. So now you can leverage the relationships that you have with different platforms. And when that goes away, when all of the other, when Microsoft, for example, shuttered its competitive live streaming project, what happened? Twitch actually said, we don't have to do contracts anymore, right? Yeah, when Mixer went away, when it was not competitive, and the market consolidated even further, Twitch realized they don't actually have to offer big contracts to these top content creators in general. I'm not saying this from the perspective of like, oh, woe is me. Oh, big Twitch streamers deserve more money or some shit. I'm just giving you an example that you might be, aware of, right? Hasan arguing for free market capitalism? No, as a matter of fact, if you were to understand the point I'm making, I'm saying that free market capitalism in the way that we understand it immediately create these monopolies. Because every single company obviously wants to pay the least amount of wages that they can possibly get away with and extract the most amount of profits, okay? And the best possible way to do that is by consolidating power in the hands of few. Mergers and acquisitions, horizontal and vertical integration. So you basically control every part of the productive process. And that this is before we even talk about like natural monopolies with major barriers of entry. Because that's a whole different side of the story as well. But every single company wants to do that, right? Every single company wants to become a monopoly because competition reduces profits. And as long as there's an oligopoly, as is the case in many of these sectors now, virtually all of them, for example, with years and years of deregulation, years and years of the government basically stepping out of the way of companies, merging with one another, doing horizontal and vertical integration, you have arrived at a situation where, 6 companies basically own everything, every aspect, every commodity that you consume comes from like basically a handful of companies. And when there's only 6 companies, it's much easier to engage in the act of price fixing. But price fixing is illegal. So what do these companies do? Well, they do the legal thing, which is called price leadership. Price leadership is much simpler if you have 2 companies or 3 companies or 4 companies, right? Where one company decides, hey, we're going to actually charge you for your luggage. Then the other companies go, ooh, that's a good idea. We should also do the same. Okay? Price leadership is much more legal than price fixing. Even though from the perspective of the consumer, it's literally the fucking same. And technically it does operate almost in the exact same way. If there were 1,000 companies in that same sector, it'd be much more difficult to consolidate prices, okay? because, you know, some companies would figure out more efficient ways of production, or some companies would figure out, some companies could technically figure out something innovative, and then they could just basically explode like a bomb on the fucking marketplace and force other companies to also engage in innovation. That's how competition is supposed to work, but it doesn't work that way, because all capitalist corporations at the end of the day want to become a monopoly or take advantage of cartels, right? And it's really interesting because it is worse than a state capitalist enterprise. This is worse than a state-run monopoly, okay? Because at least in theory, a state-run monopoly is still accountable to social welfare, because the government is supposed to ensure not only a level of efficiency if it is a state-run monopoly, but also on top of that, it's supposed to care, in theory, because of the democratic process, it's supposed to care about the welfare of its citizens, right? Private enterprise doesn't work that way. Private enterprise, not just in theory, but in practice, has never cared about the social welfare of people. It cares about one thing and one thing only: increasing profits. Okay? That's how you arrive at this situation. It's not an accident that America has become less and less innovative over the years. Especially, I would say, even though technology does seem to exponentially grow, and therefore we're still reaping the bountiful technological innovations as a consequence of that exponential growth. The only innovation you see from these companies is like newer methods of basically farming whatever meager wages you get year over year, because that's what they care about at the end of the day: innovating new ways of seeking out profit. Anyway, let's get back to show business, baby. Here is David Ellison talking about how his bid to purchase Warner Brothers is actually for competition.
Every single metric you can measure. And we think that is bad. Again, it's bad for the consumer. It's bad for the creative community. This deal, if it is allowed to move forward, will actually be the death of the theatrical movie business in Hollywood. We're sitting here today trying to save it.
And I should note, Warner Brothers Discovery is CNN's parent company. Joining me now is Bill Cohan, founding partner of Puck and veteran business writer. Thank you so much for being here, Bill. So you just heard David Ellison. I'm sure you watched the entire interview this morning. What he's saying is that they're going directly to the shareholders of Warner Brothers Discovery. Walk us through first how that works.
Well, they tried to reach a deal with the Warner Brothers Discovery board late last week. And as you were saying, Dana, that was not successful because the Warner Brothers board decided Netflix. And the Ellisons, who control Paramount, Skydance, believed that their offer was superior to the Netflix offer. And they feel like they got short shrift. And so their choice was at that point to either, pack up their bags and go home, or to do what they're doing, which is to, quote unquote, bring their offer directly to Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders, which is Wall Street argot for going hostile. Mm-hmm. And we haven't seen anything quite like this in maybe 25 years on Wall Street, not since Pfizer tried to jump a deal that Warner Lambert had struck with American Home Products. So this is kind of big news.
Yeah, it's an understatement for sure, Bill. So given that, and knowing that you know your stuff when it comes to this kind of thing, what do you think the chances are that Paramount's appeal to shareholders, the hostile takeover, will actually succeed?
She's shedding so much.
Right. So that'll be up to the Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders, of course. I mean, $30 a share in cash is what Paramount Skydance is offering versus $27.75 a share in cash and Netflix stock, plus, Dana, the value of the what will possibly be spun off, a business that includes CNN, which some Wall Street analysts value at $5 a share and others at $1 a share. So it might just come down to, believe it or not, the value of the linear TV assets of which CNN will be spun off into, and what that value is. That might be what what shareholders have to decide here.
It's ironic, given.
You never blasted off? No, I did. I just did it really early, so you probably didn't see it. Yeah, this is a good point. Lena Khan at the FTC was screaming about price hikes during the Activision deal for all the gamers in the chat. Okay, you guys know this already. Microsoft swore it wouldn't happen, but now Game Pass is literally 2 times the price. It went from $15 to $30. Everyone said this would happen. Everyone who's knowledgeable said this would happen. Okay? There is no reason to ever trust a mega corporation. A mega corporation is always going to be first and foremost invested in making profits. But the big corporation said they wouldn't do it. How are the gamers supposed to know? I think Warner Brothers will be different. Just one more merger. Guys, just one more merger, okay? I promise you. One more merger and everything's going to be great. Just one more lane on the highway and traffic is gone. Just one more merger and our lives will improve. Okay?
And the fact that the whole play here is about what they call sort of the future of media if it comes down to linear TV. And David Ellison, I watched that whole interview as well, was saying that the broadcast part of it is actually still very, very viable and is worth a lot more. So let's talk about where I am in Washington. And it matters a lot what the government, I mean, once this all plays out between Netflix and Paramount, what the government decides. And I would venture to guess, and it's probably not that much of a reach, that what happens with Netflix and Paramount, who gets it, is very much about what President Trump may want to do here. Now, when Netflix announced this deal on Friday, we did hear a lot of pushback in Hollywood, particularly from the creative community. And President Trump was asked about the Netflix deal. Just listen to what he had to say about that. This is last night.
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. Netflix is a great company, and they've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share. So we'll have to see what happens.
A lot of market share. That sounds like, you know, let's just hold off here for 1 second. Now, before I bring you in, Bill, I want to play what David Ellison said this morning about the conversation.
Why is the government involved? What does the government have to do with buying Warner Bros? Great question. Now, in a healthy government, in a normal government, the government should be involved in this. Okay? The government should be involved in stopping it. The government should be involved in implementing the antitrust laws that are in the books. Except we don't live in a normal government. We don't live in a normal world. We live in hyper-capitalist dystopia, the United States of America, where corruption is rampant and out in the open. And Donald Trump is only getting involved specifically so that he can get a better managed deal for his buddies. who I assume will either cut them a piece of that pie financially, or or get favorable coverage out of this at the end of the day, you know? And you probably really want favorable coverage at the end of the day if you are planning on staying in power far beyond what's supposed to be your term limit, right? I don't think it's just like Trump is silly and wants Rush Hour 4 is what I mean. I think he wants he wants to make sure that there is a servile major media monopoly that will make it seem like everything he's doing is great. Yes, a pliant propaganda engine. It's not like they're hiding it either.
That he and his father, Larry Ellison, have had with President Trump.
Do you sense that he is in your corner here?
What I would say is I'm incredibly grateful for the relations that I have with the president, and I also believe he believes in competition.
Your take.
Well, Dana, first of all, I mean, we use this word unprecedented way too much, but it really is unprecedented for the President of the United States to put his thumb on the scales of a Wall Street M&A deal. And that's what he's clearly doing. That's what he says he's going to do. He's already, as you know, he's courted the Ellisons, and the Ellisons have courted him, and now Ted Sarandos, the co-CEO of Netflix, has courted Trump and tried to get on his good side. This just never happens until Trump. I mean, Trump likes to get himself involved in these things. It's completely inappropriate, but that's the realpolitik of the situation. Who has the better deal with Trump? A better relationship with Trump? You know, we're just going to have to wait and see. The first thing, though, that has to happen is that the shareholders of Warner Brothers Discovery have to decide which deal they favor. At the moment, the board has chosen Netflix. They've rejected Paramount, and that's why Paramount has brought this deal directly to the Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders. If they prevail, in other words, if the shareholders who get a vote, and this is very important, if they choose the Paramount deal, then it goes into the regulatory environment, and we'll see which one prevails with the government.
Right, but real quick, the point I was trying to make, and I think you would agree, is that it's not linear. These people...
You said this is what Putin did in Russia. Dissenting media stations were forcibly sold to Putin cronies. Erdogan in Turkey. Every fucking... Dude, what is unfolding in front of our eyes, even though it has like the Western veneer of fake democracy or some sort of like democratic process or some sort of like laws in the books, has unfolded in every fucking developing country. Every single one. Every country that has been destabilized by America, every single fucking country that moved in this direction has done it. It is not unprecedented at all. You get a bunch of fucking wealthy loyalists, okay? Wealthy loyalists that have the same exact class interests as you to go and pick up every fucking, every media outlet you possibly can, okay? And then you pump a shit ton of propaganda. Oh, everything is great. Everything is great. It's awesome. Trump is the best, actually. Don't believe your own immediate. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe your own immediate frustrations with like how things are going, because things are actually fucking awesome. Okay. It's kind of crazy. Because, I mean, the media has always had, I mean, obviously manufactured consent. The media has always had a class interest that they play a role in defending, right? It has the capacity to normalize certain kinds of harms that you're experiencing in your day-to-day basis. It also will tell you, you know, things are fine, things are good. It has a capacity to propagandize against certain groups. There's a reason why so many fucking Americans are just like, I hate the Chinese. They're so dangerous. It's like, what the fuck has a Chinese person ever done to you, you know? There's a reason why you feel that way, because every fucking orifice is constantly pumping that kind of fear-mongering propaganda, so you then develop that attitude. Same thing with, like, Afghanistan or Iraq or any number of different places where we've actually had, you know, illegal invasions and whatnot. So This doesn't happen in the UK. What are you talking about? It happens everywhere. Like I just said, this wouldn't happen in the EU. Yes, it already has happened in many places around the world. It's just this is even worse than that. Like, this already exists. What are you talking about? I mean, look at Rupert Murdoch. The difference is, yeah, also not in the EU, check Hungary. The difference is getting worse. Like, it's getting a metric ton worse, basically. Okay? It's worse than it was before. And it's only going to get worse. There is already a concept of, like, different media barons, both in the UK and everywhere else, and in Europe as well. But this is becoming more like Venezuela, for example. And ironically enough, I don't mean like, because people, when I say Venezuela, assume that like, oh, Maduro controls the media. No, it's the actual opposite. Even during the Chavez time and certainly during Maduro, this is a version of this already exists in Mexico, in Venezuela, in numerous other places where like historically it's very wealthy billionaires in the country that own all of the media properties, and they pump a shit ton of negative coverage with regular frequency. At least there are state broadcasters in some of these countries, or at least in the case of like, in the case of AMLO and now Claudia Sheinbaum, the Morena party has basically cut out the middleman and go direct to market with their daily fireside chats and whatnot. So there are ways of trying to overcome this kind of like incredible amount of negative propaganda when you are threatening their bottom lines. But ultimately, this is a classic. What the fuck? Visit Bad.fan today. What the fuck is that? 200 gifted subs. Hey yo, the fuck was that? Is that an ad or something? The fuck? What's going on? No W. No W if it's an ad. I don't know what the fuck that company is. They've never chatted before. It's not a real... That's a bit of a L. Let's be real. It's a Monad cryptocurrency ad? Ugh. Anyway, where were we? It's probably not the best idea to do that here because I'm going to instantly start talking shit if I find out what it is. But in France, you got right-wing monopolies of the press and liberal monopolies of the press. Billionaires should not exist. Yeah, it's just, it goes even beyond the regular, like, influence peddling. It goes beyond the regular influence peddling that already exists in, like, liberal societies as well, even though there is a version of this that's taking place in liberal societies. It's just very, it's frustrating to experience this in the United States of America to this degree. But it is something that I think a lot of people are already familiar with.
People are making decisions in part based on what they think the president will or will not do, right?
Absolutely, and that's what's so incredibly unusual here, and I think inappropriate.
Bill Cohan, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you. I am here now with David Ellison, the chairman and CEO of Paramount, which this morning has launched a $30 all-cash tender offer to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, a company that I believe you bid at the last count 6 times for.
Correct.
But did not come up with the prize that you sought, hence this morning's news. David, why are you doing this?
So look, we're really here to finish what we started. Like, just to kind of take you through the road in terms of how we got here. On December 1st, we made an offer to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery to their board. Had a conversation with David Zaslav. He came back with a bunch of issues. We then, on December 4th, sent in a bid that addressed every single one of them that is superior to the bid that they signed up. Our offer is $30 a share, all cash, $41 billion in equity that's backstopped by the Ellison family and Redbird, $54 billion in debt with commitments from Citi, Bank of America, and Apollo. We have faster regulation.
Michael Moynihan had Brace on his podcast and he mentioned you in such a bad faith way, comparing your China trip to Tucker Carlson's Russia trip. I hope you can talk to him. Wait, what? That's the worst person to fucking bring up China to. Brace loves China. The fuck? Also, who cares? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Michael Moynihan is like a libertarian, chat. He's like a OG libertarian guy. I don't really think that Brace is that pro-China. No, he's pretty... I mean, he's as pro-China as I am. If you think that that's like really pro-China, then that's on you, but... Brace is white Chinese. Yeah, he's Michael Moynihan's like a old Vice guy. Anyway.
Regulatory certainty to close, and our deal is pro-consumer, it's pro-creative talent, it's pro-competition, and we believe that when you actually, to further contextualize, there are $30 in cash.
Yeah, the billionaire family poised to rewire U.S. media in Israel's favor, having acquired Paramount and CBS and eyeing TikTok and CNN. The Ellisons are constructing a pro-Israel information empire with unprecedented reach. This is literally the goal here, okay? I'm sorry, this isn't some kind of... Listen, this isn't some kind of like anti-Semitic, oh my God, Jews are taking over the media type shit, okay? This is just straightforwardly the Ellisons openly stating their desire to do this. And the article is from 972 magazine, obviously, which is, you know, an Israeli investigative reporting outlet. They've done a lot of good work on the IDF war crimes that they've committed. 972 magazine specifically was the one that was responsible for the investigative reporting that uncovered the AI targeting tools that the IDF utilizes. Why does Kaya have light on us? Where is that light coming from? Bro, light always finds a way to shine on my big, beautiful daughter. That's so crazy. Do you see that? He's so blessed. It's just right in her eye. It looks so funny. That's crazy. I can't believe it. Hold on. Get her some shades. No! Fuck! God damn it. Fucking hell. No. I think this is it. Well, you tried, King. I did. Kaya, place. Now it's on her butt. Streamer Awards Productions. Okay, chill. Yeah, body cam off. Kaya posted this TikTok.
When your dog follows you into every room, psychology says he's not being clingy or needy. He's doing what his brain is wired to do. Stay close to the person who makes his world feel safe. Dogs imprint on their favorite human the same way a child anchors to a parent. Your scent lowers his cortisol, your footsteps guide his confidence, and the sound of your voice regulates his entire nervous system. So when you move, he moves. Not because he's afraid of being alone, but because he feels most balanced in your presence.
These things kind of make me sad. I've watched one of these videos about like your dog's final moments, and it like literally killed me. Propaganda written by a dog. Okay, calm down.
Every room you enter becomes a safer place the moment you arrive. To him, walls don't create home. You do. He checks the bathroom, the kitchen, the hallway, not out of curiosity, but responsibility. He's making sure you're okay, the way his instincts have told him to protect his pack.
Clingy dogs made this to justify their clinginess. Chad, I'm not an OG. Do you think he will react to Piers X Fuentes? I'm desperate for a Hasan breakdown. Yes, I will. If dogs wrote propaganda, it'd be pro-human. They just really are ride or die like that. Yeah. I saw the TikTok you mentioned. It legit made me cry. It made me cry too. It's the fucking worst. I don't want to even think about it. Let's just move on. Let's just move on from that. Let's just move on from that TikTok. Okay. Brought to you by Dog Pack. Okay. If it was propaganda made by a dog, it would be like, hey, you should always feed your dog scraps from the table. It's actually really good for the dog. Okay? That's what it would be. Let's be real. You should always give dogs unlimited treats. Dogs have the capacity to eat unlimited amounts of treats, as a matter of fact, and unlimited amounts of food off the table. It literally won't kill them. It's actually good for them. Okay? Yeah. Dogs would never lie. Don't imprint your human vices on them. Does TikTok read you to filth? What is this?
Chinese food? Don't you mean normal food? You met me at a very specific time of my life. A very Chinese time. 你好，美女。你想马上结婚吗? I love high-speed rails so much. Yeah, I'm Chinese.
Who the fuck is this? Bro, chill the fuck out, dude. How about you fucking calm down, Sensei Rules? Fucking dial it back. Dude. Why do I need haters when this is the community I have cultivated? I don't like this. I'm in this fucking TikTok and it's hurting my feelings, okay?
No. I've decided to be... Dude, let me put you on. Okay, let me put you on.
Oh my God.
It's so good. 古以来，我是中国人。How do I say it?
我是中国人. I am Chinese. 我是中国人. I am.
我是中国人。我是中国人。谢谢老板。谢谢老板。You better comment on this right now. It's Zhongguo Ren. Am I not saying it right? Zhongguo Ren. You lost the Chinese touch? I've never heard someone mishear Chinese like that in my life.
Chinese food? Don't you mean?
Do we need Penny again to set you straight? No, because no. Yeah, I've been doing the whole I'm so Chinese. I don't even say Chinese food no more. I just say food. Quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Go back to Ireland, little bro. You white as fuck. Yo, chill. Cool on that. Chill on that shit. That slander will not be tolerated. I am Chinese.
Or sorry, $30 a share. is basically $17.6 billion in cash more
Yeah,
than
let's
the
get
$23
back. Yeah,
in
we
shares
had a
they
brief
signed.
sidestep here when we talked about, you know, the wonderful the wonderful things that are going on in the Chinese century of prosperity. Let's get back to the fucking cold, hard realities of the American century of humiliation now.
Right. Well, you're not obviously paying. You're paying for global networks. Their deal doesn't involve paying for global networks, which are traded as its public.
Yeah, CBS doing tricks on it now. President Trump on Monday announced a $12 billion aid package for American farmers moving to support a sector that's been hurt by tariffs and a U.S. trade war with China. He said the money would fund the aid package to come from government revenue raised through U.S. tariffs. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Thank you. Thank you, President Donald Trump. You are so graceful. You are so magnanimous. You are the best. It seems awesome. It seems fucking dope. If you're wondering, it says 12 likes, but it doesn't matter. It's like CBS's news package, right? So obviously, if you're wondering why CBS News getting purchased by the Ellisons is you know happening and what that will look like, well, this is part of it.
Of a company, which, by the way, also figures very prominently here in trying to determine what the overall value of the respective deals are.
Wow, it's a good thing we have that tariff revenue to pay for some of the damage caused by the tariffs. Every fucking news article coming out of CBS is going to be like, "Thank you, USA, you are my best friend," or I will vote for Donald Trump.
Because they're at $27.75, including obviously the stock portion of their deal, but it also includes, well, what's Global Networks? Is it a $2 stock? Is it a $4 stock? What do you see? Because that can go a long way in terms of at least determining why the board may have said, no, we think Netflix is superior.
So respectfully, we think that basically that's valued at $1 a share. I think if you
why
look,
$1?
So if you look at Versant, where the median of all of this is, it's about 4.5 times. You have to get to 5 times equity value or more to basically get to the, kind of $3 plus that you're claiming. But again, I think the most important thing to go back here is, look, we're sitting on Wall Street where cash is still king. We are offering shareholders $17.6 billion more cash than the deal that they currently have signed up with Netflix. And we believe when they see what is currently in our offer, that that's what they'll vote for.
Were you told during the process that cash is king?
Yes, absolutely. What we were told repeatedly was that they wanted all cash. We delivered all cash. We were asked if they wanted it to be fully backstopped by the Ellison family and Redbird. We delivered it fully backstopped by the Ellison family and Redbird. And when you look at the scale of the companies, right, look at the scale of Netflix. 310 million global subscribers. When you combine the #1 streamer with the #3 streamer, that creates a company that has unprecedented market power, north of 400 million subscribers. The next largest competitor is Disney with just under 200 million. That's bad for Hollywood. That's bad for the creative community. That's bad for consumers. And look at how the market is reacting to this deal. We are literally seeing talent talking about the death of movie theaters. We've all heard Ted Sarandis' comments about how he feels about the theatrical experience. And you've also seen, and our deal is also offering more cash for shareholders.
It'll be safe, but we're going to be reducing it very
Do you
substantially.
support the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers?
I don't know enough about it.
You spoke about Netflix last night, saying you have concerns about them.
I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine.
Is cap. Yeah, okay. That's crazy. Why is he so yellow? I don't know, but he does look particularly yellow. Yeah, none of them are my friends. One of them is my son-in-law. Not my friend, though. Hate the guy. He's a real piece of shit.
I want to do what's right. It's so very important to do what's right.
He's not yellow at all. He's gold. He's gold for a really good reason. Bro, this looks like he's got a disease, dude. Isn't there like, was it tuberculosis? Like what makes people yellow? Yeah, he looks like the 24 karat gold Le Biu Biu. Jaundice? Yeah. I have the very first 24 karat gold La Bobo. La Boo. The very first, folks. I've become the 24 karat gold La Boo. I feel like he'd say it in a funny way. I don't know how he'd say La Boo. La Boo. La Boo.
Supported by Jared Kushner, Mr. President. Would that impact your decision?
If Paramount is, I don't know. I've never spoken to him. He's really trying to.
Oh, yeah. He's his own man. He's his own man, that Jared. He's a free spirit. Just like Laura Loomer.
Work on Gaza. I think Gaza's his primary thing is Gaza.
You're making house visits on Christmas Eve as he's.
It was.
Yeah, we're going to get into, all right, moving on. We're going to get into Marjorie Titan Green, also known as Maoist Taylor Green, okay? That's right, the M stands for Mao now. She's gone woke, folks. She's the woke Titan now. She did a 60-minute spot. Let's take a look.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people.
All right, here it is. Buckle in, boys. We're going to town. Oh, God, it's Piers talking to him? What do you mean? He's literally... This is a 2-hour debate. This is a mainstream event. I'm here to hold your hand through this. It will be ass. I'm giving you a warning.
Feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the line should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of...
The problem is, here's the issue. Right-wingers, in general, are probably the worst people to take on someone like Nick Fuentes. Okay? They are the absolute worst people. Liberals have a hard time combating Nick Fuentes' worldview. They definitely have an easier time combating Nick Fuentes' worldview than right-wingers do, though. Because for a right-wing audience, Nick Fuentes is just a more honest version of what they've been taught all along, what they believe all along. Okay? So it's virtually impossible for a right-winger to, I think, successfully dismantle Nick Fuentes' worldview. It's still difficult for a liberal to do so as well. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the alternative is still going to be liberalism in their worldview, where they can at least say, like, racism is bad, which is true. Most people will agree with you on that. But if there's one group of people that have an impossible job of dismantling Nick Fuentes' odious worldview, it's going to be a right-winger, okay?
Airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him.
Oh, yes, we need a racist dismantle Fuentes. Nice take. What do I do here? Like, what do I do with a guy like this? Brother, you just repeated my take. Like, what am I supposed to do if you don't understand? If you have no command over the fucking English language, what am I supposed to do here? Like, I just literally described exactly that. I said, Piers Morgan is the worst person to try and fucking dismantle Nick Fuentes' worldview because he's a fucking right-winger. And you turned around and went, Piers is a racist, Hasan. Ah, yes, we need a racist dismantle Fuentes. Nice take. Are you watching on mute? What the fuck's going on? Shut the fuck up. Learn to fucking listen.
At all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. And you get the beef prices down. Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe, or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which...
What's sad about this is, like, this is what liberals try to do for me. To make it seem like I also shelter the public from my fucking worldview or some shit. This is literally, this guy did a context nuke, except in this circumstance is not wrong. For Nick Fuentes, this is the Ethan Klein take. Okay? The difference between me and Nick Fuentes, and I say it all the time, is that I'm not shy about my worldview. I don't have to be, because my worldview is not odious and doesn't revolve around murdering fucking entire swaths of the population. Okay? Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, has to shelter the broader public from his true ambitions and hide his power level. No. Nick Fuentes doesn't hide his worldview either, to be fair. Yes and no. You misrepresent yourself as a gamer. Didn't you say you rolled out a centrist angle for trigonometry? No, but my point of view is not different. I'm saying that there are... Okay, I don't think you guys understand. You can literally change the rhetoric without changing your worldview. They literally asked me straight up, are you a socialist? I said yes. They asked Nick Fuentes, are you a Nazi on that podcast? He's gonna say no. The fuck? When I was talking about why we must improve the conditions for all workers all around the world, I used an angle that they would be more comfortable with. What I was talking about is the uplifting of the third world would actually improve and unlock the potential of the third world, because they care about like the potential, right? They care about advancing society through people who are advancing society through like you know, once in a lifetime candidates and people that come out of nowhere and overcome great trials and tribulations and become like scientists and whatnot. Okay, it's still true. The statement is still true. It's not like wrong. I'm just saying I chose that as the best example as to why I would you know, improve everyone's living conditions.
Point, he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Goldman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think that's, you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate, we play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking, here I'm not being hyperbolic, I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest, it just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. You know, my father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other.
Bro said ethnics when talking about his fucking parents, dude. DEI in the field of white supremacy will never not be funny to me. I'm sorry. Bro, America is such a fucking diverse country that our goddamn neo-Nazis are Mexican, bro, is nuts. He said, my parents are ethnics. I don't know what's funnier, the fact that he thinks Italian is ethnic, or the fact that he literally said his parents are ethnics like it's a fucking slur. And I guess from his perspective, it kind of is a pejorative, right? Ethnics when talk about Italians and Irish.
Other, and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city, and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years.
Wait, mostly white? But you're ethnics. How does that work? I thought you were ethnics.
Years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down-to-earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University, and I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or
I'm sorry. It's over. The discourse is over. Boston officially more racist than Chicago. This man learned racism in Boston. Oh my God.
Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
well,
that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume, there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now.
Huh. Why? You just called your parents ethnics, dumbass. That's exactly what they said about Italians and your... There was a Nick Fuentes in every era. Okay? And yes, at the time, when your Irish great-grandparents were coming to the United States of America, that's literally what they were saying about your Irish great-grandparents. Just like at the time when the Italian great-grandparents were coming into the United States of America, they were saying the same shit about them. Also, your dad's half Mexican. I don't even know where to go from there. Beyond like the Irish and the Italian ethnic background, the ethnics, as he likes to say. Not only would, yes, Nick Fuentes not exist if it wasn't for America, but also on top of that, the exact same white nativist sentiment was launched towards his great-grandparents at the time.
And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, you're...
Again. Those motherfuckers fought each other all the time. Like, for the longest time, the notion that there is, like, a commonality amongst these people is so funny, especially when you even add on Italians and the Irish into the equation, both of which are fucking Catholic, and beefed with the WASPs that dominated America since the beginning of time. The WASPs that dominated America had more smoke for the Catholics than they did for, like, Muslims. They didn't know what the fuck Muslims really were. They were like, oh, this is exotic. Cool. The idea that these guys all share this, like, common history, this commonality, is completely fucking made up, new age bullshit to try and justify, like, Western supremacy. Okay, Western civilizational supremacy. It's fucking ridiculous. These guys fought each other all the goddamn time, dude. He's trying to say the new guys are coming in and they're brown, okay? The new people that are coming in are brown. In the 1600s, there was literally a Dutch nationalist slogan that went, better a Turk than a papist. It's built around historical revisionism, and it's also kind of funny because, like I said, every single part of his background at a different point throughout history has been dunked on and shit on by a guy exactly like Nick Fuentes, just adjusted to whenever his great-grandparents migrated. When it was the Italian migration that was taking place, there was a guy like Nick Fuentes going, get these fucking Italians out of here. They're no better than dogs. They can't get jobs. They're all fucking criminals. Same with when his great-grandparents from the Irish side were immigrating into the United States of America. They were like, get these fucking Irish out of here. Who gives a fuck about these heretics that are coming in here and trying to steal our jobs? At that point, yeah, Irish need not apply signs everywhere. Like, it's just... It is so funny that he is, and then also the fact that his dad is also half Mexican makes it even funnier, because, like, Mexican is the newest version of this kind of ridiculous hatred towards a group of people that are like migrating into the United States of America, and with false claims that they cannot actually fucking integrate.
Just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't even
mentioned,
call it the same thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So, yeah, I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s.
Oh. Never mind, boys, is good for him. Wait, he just said we should do 0 immigrants from non-white countries. Okay, but your father is non-white. Is this where he tries to do the cope of, like, well, technically my father is a descendant of Spanish colonizers? Is that what he's gonna say? I'll have you know, Piers, there's white Mexicans. Is that the cope?
But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is, and again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody's a product of their environment. I've interviewed thousands of people. I mean, maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last.
Stop coping with this. He's a Spaniard, not even Mexican shit. Okay. You're literally giving him the take. What the fuck are you talking about? I get it. You're embarrassed. I understand why you feel the way that you do. Okay? But you are unironically leaning into the Nazis' argument about how he's actually racially pure because he's not mixed with the indigenous population of Mexico, despite his father's nationality. Okay? Who gives a fuck?
Few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of...
Nick Fuentes is such a fucking awful piece of shit that there are varying degrees of associations that he has throughout his life, and every single person from whatever area that he's associated with in any way, shape, or form is fighting for their fucking life in there. You got Mexicans being like, nah, you don't understand, he's a colonizer, he's actually a Spaniard, I swear to God. You got Bostonians in the chat being like, okay, well, it turns out his father was racist, actually, so Boston's still on top. Boston actually made him woke for a brief moment. It's so funny that everyone's like, there's gonna be like Applebee's employees in here being like, no, actually, we do not claim Nick Fuentes. Nobody wants to have him.
Racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the west side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism.
Yeah, black people are always saying, hey, we want accountability on us. We can't control ourselves. That's what they're always saying, right? Nobody wants fucking crime, dumbass. The entire point is you make it seem as though crime is happening at the point of race. That's the issue. In Chicago, and it's just true, just went to grab a bite to eat and I got killed. Yeah. It's also pretty funny because it's like, if I hadn't gone to the South Side personally, I feel like the prevailing narrative is that it's like a very dangerous place. Except you go there and it's a working class community just trying to survive, just as everybody else in this goddamn country. Okay? And yes, when there is more poverty, there is always going to be more crime. But this overemphasis on the blackness of the crime is the racism. That's what it is. This notion that like black people are doing crimes because they're black and they can't help themselves and there's no accountability. Someone needs to actually fucking pull them aside and aggressively prosecute them. That's where the racism comes from.
I'm outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Wait,
well, actually, it's a big.
Wait, why not? What the fuck? Wait, why? Wait, what? That makes no sense. I thought London was also on fire because, black and brown people have completely taken over. Fuck you mean it's not the same? Which is it? They have Asians, not black people? First of all, yes, they do have black people. What the fuck? No, it's not just like... And also, secondly, none of that matters, regardless of what the minority population looks like. That's so funny. Oh, it's a different kind of minority, so it's different.
Big diversity. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, also, England colonized the entire planet. You think there's not black people? What are you, crazy? They have a... London has a... The UK only has like 3 to 4% black, counting mixed. Okay. The fuck? Yeah. That's the entirety of the UK. You just used the entirety of the UK, which is, still a pretty significant percentage. But we're talking about London, dog. Like, what percentage do you think, what is the percentage of black people living in the United States of America, you think? 50%? No, it's 13%. So yeah, 7% is a pretty significant number. 3 to 4% in a 7 million population city? No. Or not 7%, sorry. 4% is still a significant number, but as far as black population in London, I don't know what the actual percentage is, but I would be surprised if it wasn't. Yeah, okay, 13.5%. That's identical to the American national population. There you go. So, not that it fucking matters, but of course, it's a very diverse country.
With you, I have got into that before.
You got
in America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
you
with
have Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but
Piers Morgan is like, no, you don't understand, Nick. I too hate them. I love that. Conversation devolved into, no, I am the true racist, Nicholas. I hate them too. You see? Yes, don't tell me that I'm sitting atop my ivory tower. I too have been killed by black crime on the way to get jellied eels. This is the reason why these guys can't fucking combat the unlimited right-wing neo-Nazi sentiment. It's so stupid, bro. You missed. You said Aladdin.
The idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that, and
did Nick just say you have Aladdin? Yeah, whatever. He's being racist. Shut the fuck up. Who cares? Move on. Yeah. Oh my God. He said you have Aladdin. Yeah. Yeah, he's saying the British crime is of Muslim origin and they use knives. Okay, who cares? Let's keep going.
It's just to remind you, it's not something...
But you don't have to give me the highlight reel of all of his best racist moments in the Piers Morgan interview, okay? Let's continue.
I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that...
You said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well... See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, and stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family, so.
Okay, so when you...
Oh, well, I'm convinced. Never mind, boys. There it is. How could you call him racist now? This man has straight up said, well, first of all, he said he's a Nazi. So it's pretty funny that he's like, I'm a Nazi, but not the racist kind. And secondly, he has said that miscegenation is akin to bestiality. Okay. That's ridiculous.
You told the story. I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist.
Also, can I just say something really funny? I have a black friend. How can I be racist? It's obviously a stupid thing that many racist people say from time to time. Nick Fuentes is so racist that he couldn't even say that. So he said, I had a black friend in first grade. Like, he couldn't even own up to currently having a black friend right now. He might as well have said he's friends with Kanye West or something, you know, or Sneeko. But it is pretty funny where he was like, listen, I'm not trying to go that far. You know, I had a black friend.
You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about...
While watching this interview, I have not once heard you say based. How can I expect you to understand the mind of the common folk? Here in your plebeian chat, comments, that's true. Could you address this idea of miscegenation and bestiality and the fact that his parents were ethnics? Okay, we gotta stop saying his parents were ethnics just because he said it, okay? Also, yes, his worldview doesn't make any fucking sense because it's stupid, okay?
You would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows, my parents are boomers. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way,
60. right?
You were born in, what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is, you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist, and I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay, people can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay, I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
See, the difference between Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan in this situation is, like, maybe he wouldn't say the Jews, right? Because, like, what he's doing here is exactly the same thing that Ben Shapiro does. It's exactly the same thing that the average Republican does with regular frequency. It is actually super simple, that crime doesn't manifest from material conditions at all. It's actually a direct consequence of, well, Nick Fuentes might say racial impurities or racial inferiority, but Ben Shapiro will say it's cultural impurities and cultural inferiority as a substitute for race, okay? That's it. There is no difference in their fucking worldview at all, with one exception, the Jews, right? That's it. All he's saying here is systemic factors are not the reason why black people do crime. They do crime because they're black people. They're inferior. That's the argument that he's making, and that's exactly the same argument that the average right-winger makes, which is precisely the reason why when you have someone like Nick Fuentes on a platform, and it's a right-winger that's trying to address his takes, the reality of the matter is anyone that's like remotely competent, and Nick Fuentes, unfortunately for everybody else, is a fairly competent speaker, he could just turn around and be like, what are you talking about? You agree with me on this shit. And then he can pair that up and then turn around and say, the only thing you don't agree with me on is Jews. And the reason why you don't agree with me on the issue of Jews is because Jews control you. They're your bosses. They're your fucking friends. They're your neighbors. They're the ones who control society. And you're scared of saying it about Jews. And one might ask the question, why, Piers, is it only the Jews that we can't speak like this about? You can speak like this about Mexicans, you can speak like this about black people, but you can't speak like this about Jews. If he just turns around and says that, boom, all of a sudden, every fucking right-winger that's watching Piers Morgan that might have thought that Nick Fuentes was a fucking Nazi and bad is going to be like, you know what? He is kind of right about that, actually. That's the problem.
Jews are running society, women need to shut the fuck up, blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part, and we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part?
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime, so maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But you didn't...
Okay, first of all, dog, I don't know if the number is 1 in 20. It seems a little wild. Also, if your argument is murderers should be in prison, can you explain to me how that's not happening already? Like, what is there? is there a situation where a black person is doing a murder and then the cops are like, oh, fuck, he's black, bro. We can't lock him up. Is that what's going on? Mike looked it up. It's 1 in 100. For the most part, he said. Perhaps there's a different reason why he has to back away from that position that he has on his broadcast. The average conservative, they will tell you, yes, they do get away with the crime. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Anyway, the point is he's not able to stand on that. He's not able to stand on that. He starts off by saying, yeah, of course. And then the moment that like, the moment that there's a follow-up question, he's like, well, you know, people who do murder should be in prison. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think people who do murder should be in prison. That's not a controversial take. The point here is that you are claiming that one out of every five black person is doing a murder, which is not only false, but even if that was the case, which is not the case, right? What the fuck do you mean? Are the people that are doing murders when they're black not going to prison? Are you fucking insane? No, the reason why he's saying that is because he wants to, yeah, for the most part, it's not 5% anyway. Or you know, whatever the fuck he was trying to present there. But having said that, oh my God, why are you doing this to us? I'm doing it because I hate you. Yeah, not only does for the most part imply a higher percentage than even the 5% as he suggested, even though the 5% is wrong and it's actually 1%. But regardless, every part of this is wrong, and he's also personally backed away from the position anyway.
That's you just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's funny, or?
Yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of...
Yeah, black people definitely agree with Nick Fuentes, man. Come on, dude. Oh... Wow, I can't believe that when black people actually experience upward social mobility, they get housing in like a better, they get housing in a better neighborhood where they have better finances. That's so shocking. It's only black people who do this, by the way. White people famously stay in whatever kind of torn down neighborhood that they were from when they're poor. When they make money, they stay in the torn down neighborhood. You know? Like, this is the idiotic argument. It's like making it seem like black people are doing... Okay, Asmongold is unique. He's the only motherfucker I know that's done that, okay? It's not even 1%. There are 48.3 million black people in the U.S. There are 2,600 homicides committed by black people. That's like 1 in 2,000. Not 5%, not 1%. Oh, no, it's 1 out of every whatever, like 1 out of every insert number of black people. That number is, of course, going to be even lower. I thought he was trying to say that like the percentage of like the likelihood of a murder being committed by a black person, or 1 out of every insert number murders is committed by a black person. I thought he was saying. Not that it fucking matters. We already established that he's lying. Okay, I mean, of course he's lying. He's a Nazi. Anyway. White people act so impressed when black people exhibit upward social mobility, like they see a black CEO or a black person who is in any way shape, or who is in any successful corporate position. It's like a huge deal and it's super weird. Yeah, there is no difference between a black person and a white person. The fuck are we talking about? Like, they exhibit the same exact class interests. Like, they want to put food on the table, roof over their heads, clothes on their backs. It's the same shit. Okay? The whole point of this argument is that racists try to make it seem like it's totally different. It's so unique that a black person left their black neighborhood. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Yeah, if they were of working class background, if they were poor, and if they were in a rundown neighborhood and then they like made money and they moved out, that's normal. That's what white people do too. The only difference in this circumstance is that black people have to overcome a greater amount of trial and tribulations in order to get there. That's it. You're just confusing, motherfucker. What do you mean? I don't co-sign Great Graph. You're just confusing, motherfucker. Yeah, I know the implication, and you're right. Okay? His implication is that black ran neighborhoods are so bad that black people leave them, which is giga racist shit, which is absolutely fucking correct. You're absolutely correct about that. You're right. That needs to be addressed. The problem is the neighborhoods where black people live are not run down because black people live there, or rather, they're not run down because black people led those neighborhoods into the ground. The reason why they're underserved is because of systemic racism. The reason why they're underserved is because systemically they have been underfunded. They've been deliberately underfunded through redlining and numerous other ways in which the governments that are not run by black people have decided to not help black people out and refuse to give them the funding necessary. Anyway, this kind of stuff is obviously important because it's much easier to just be like, black people are inferior. And if you don't want to say that they're inferior because of genetics, which is what Nick Fuentes obviously believes, you can just say, oh, they're culturally inferior. It's their culture. They just don't want to pick themselves up by their fucking bootstraps or whatever. And that's a much easier argument to present, especially with all the fucking, especially with all of the stereotyping that you see and the insane amount of racialized sentiment that you see that you don't even think about when you're experiencing it. So it's much easier to craft that narrative. It's much easier for people to subscribe to that. Whereas it's much more difficult to explain to people the underlying material conditions and the historic reasons as to why black communities look the way that they do, as opposed to like white communities that were specifically designed so that white people would be far away from black people. White flight is the name of the game. Suburbs and exurbs that were designed specifically so that they could easily segregate themselves away from black and brown people in these big cities. Okay?
Black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that...
Oh, eventually. Oh. 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder. Oh, got it. Bro is precogging crime, dude? What the fuck? He said racist minority report. Oh, I just didn't realize that we were doing pre-crime specifically for black people. Yes, that's what he's been doing the whole time, dude. What a fucking insane... It's kind of funny. He's so racist that even Piers Morgan is coming across as woke here, by the way.
You're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say?
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check.
Oh, come on. Oh, no. No, 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 no. A real well moment for Nick Fuentes. Oh, really? Oh, you got your data from X, you say? The moment where you have to rely on empirical evidence to do your quote-unquote scientific racism, you have to immediately fucking rely on random guy on Twitter. This is why I get really mad at my fucking dumbass haters who are always like, Hasan, you get your stuff from Twitter. It's like, you get your stuff from Twitter too. It's like, yeah, dumbass. I fucking rely on reporters breaking news on Twitter. Their own news that they're breaking on verified legacy publisher media outlets, okay? If I were to turn around and go, oh, I saw this number, I saw this random number from my favorite account, 1488 Himmler's Titty, and he told me that black people are doing 1 million murders a day, that'd be a little different than like actually a real verified journalist breaking a story that they are reporting on in a legacy publisher. Yeah, this is it. Data hazard. Homicides have caused death for 5.5 black males over the past 54 years. 2019 and 2021 was the largest 2-year increase. At current rates, we now expect almost 1 in 20 black males to commit murder in his life. Wow. Data hazard. Random racist guy on X, he says. Well, I guess if you found a guy on Twitter, can't really argue against that.
That for you, but yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking because it's not real evidence. It's shocking because he made it the fuck up. That's why it's shocking.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white problem. People commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people, proportionally, commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's with the
shootings.
interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the Blue Line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he can get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking.
Yeah, this is a classic argument. If you've never encountered a real racist, they say this all the time. I recall this from my, peak debate lord days, all the way back in like 2018, 2019, or even beyond that in like 2016, where these guys would try to justify their own version of, or their current racism by claiming that, well, everyone has tribalistic values, you know, and Tucker Carlson used to do this all the time at Fox News. You say, well, you want your family, you want to be able to communicate with your family, you want to be able to understand your family. It would be weird if your family had people that you had never met before, and it's like, that's a really fucking stupid argument, because unless you are directly marrying your sister or brother or cousin, you do actually bring random people into your fucking family, dumbass. It's very simple, okay? What's going on? Anyway. As far as like, well, everyone's a bit racist. He's not doing like, you know, woke anti-colonial studies here, okay? He's saying like, he's not doing critical race theory when he's like, well, everyone's a little racist. He means it in a positive. He means it in the affirmative, okay? God forbid a man only fucks his day ones. That's awesome. Oh, that's a really funny way to describe cousin fucking. Okay, that was awesome, chatter. Yeah, based. Based. See, you have a really good point here. If everyone was racist, ironically, white people would not exist. Now, there is a little bit of there's truth to what you're saying, right? And also, what's interesting about this statement is that it also basically comes with the recognition that when they're saying racism and everyone's a little racist, they just mean white supremacists, okay? Which is true. When many people talk about racism, they're not talking about like the racism between, I don't know, Chinese people and Japanese people or vice versa. They're just talking about white supremacy. Okay? That's it. That's it. Anyway, let's continue.
Your father?
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all other...
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
Well,
let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to...
Okay, but we'd still have oppression based on sex, gender, queerness? Wait, what? What the fuck does that have to do with what we are talking about currently? We're not even talking about anything. It's just a hypothetical about racism. You don't have to fucking insert that. Listen, chatter. Listen. While you're right, okay, that's not the point. What the fuck does that have to do with the conversation that we're having right now? You see, this is the pancakes waffles equation in play here, okay? I said, I like pancakes. You said, well, what about fucking waffles? You hate waffles. I didn't say I hate waffles. That's a whole different sentence. This has no bearing on the conversation that we're having about white supremacy. It's not wrong. You're right, okay? You're not wrong. It's just irrelevant in the hypothetical that we're looking at, okay? Do you understand? Lots of gays are racist. Okay, we're now we've moved on to an entirely separate conversation. What the fuck does that have to do with what we are currently talking about? Guys, you don't have to do this all the time, okay? Just because someone makes a correct point, okay, when we're having a conversation about an entirely separate point, we're talking about one form of bigotry. We don't have to do the, oh, you hate this one form of bigotry? Name all bigotries as bullshit as commentary. And let me follow that up as well with the second point. You don't immediately have to go, nah, that guy has a fucking point. Okay? You literally end up doing woke whataboutism for no reason, especially in a community where we don't even disagree with you. Okay? Yeah, the phrase, while true, this is outside the scope of the study's parameters is useful. Okay, yeah, I'm going to start doing that. And by the way, don't worry. I'm sure they're going to get to that kind of bigotry as well, because he has that too. You feel me? But one must examine where this tendency comes from, you know? Let's be honest, you will forget the phrase, you are right.
Retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out
You know
there.
what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
I'm at 125 right now.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father...
Would you agree with this interview? Would you agree this interview is not going well for Fuentes so far in terms of appealing to normies? Not. I mean, I wouldn't say it's going really poorly. Maybe it falls apart further in the future. But like, first of all, he is an odious figure, right? So his worldview is nasty. It's disgusting. It's something that people understandably oppose. Even if they kind of agree with him, right? That's the reason why. The reason why a lot of people like Nick Fuentes have to hide the like historic examples of what they support, what kind of movements they support, is because even racist people don't want to be called racist. Even people who would most likely agree with a lot of average neo-Nazis' worldviews would hate being called a Nazi. They were like, oh, I'm not a Nazi. And they wouldn't even agree with someone who is a self-identifying Nazi, right? So it's not great for him because he's like flailing around, but it's also partially not going too poorly because there is a limitation to Piers Morgan's worldview. Because Piers Morgan himself is like also kind of right-wing, right? And when you are also a right-winger that, you know, talks about Islamic style crimes that are taking place in London all the fucking time and blah, 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 all this shit, he's just seen as like a more a more honest version of Piers Morgan for people who have subscribed to Piers Morgan's worldview already. You know, he just looks as more of a confident version of this.
As a job, and if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, you know, so let's leave him on.
Is he fucking, wait, what? Is he saying my dad is a racist, but also... but he's not a racist, and I don't want to defend him? Wait, hold on. I need to understand what he's saying. He's not appealing to regular offline people, but he's speaking directly to the average Asmongold viewer. Yeah, but the average Asmongold viewer, I think, is already totally locked in on Nick Fuentes at this point. Asmongold has, like, glazed his penis. Asmongold has turned into a fucking Krispy Kreme donut for Nick Fuentes over the last year, so it's not really that shocking that once he gets around to watching this video, if he hasn't already, they're going to be going crazy. Yeah, these guys sided with the ADL, messaged advertisers on Twitch. Asmongold smiles and nods as Nick Fuentes tells Piers Morgan that Hitler was cool and black people belong in prison. Watch his chat on the right erupt with joy and support. Which, by the way, Asmongold's community literally sided with the ADL, messaged advertisers on Twitch to try to ban me, and now they're fucking turning around and typing based in Nick Fuentes on, you know, on praising Hitler. How the fuck do we get here, I wonder? And also, shouts out to Ethan Klein once again, who has consistently collaborated with Asmongold, even got Casey trying to apologize to Asmongold and shit. So that's the kind of community that Ethan Klein, Mr. Anti-Semitism Destroyer Ethan Klein, is actually fostering. Interesting. Kind of feels like a lot of these goddamn dweebs only care about whatever their own personal gripes are, and they try to masquerade it as though it's like something much more moral. It's like a much more consequential battle that they're fighting, when in fact it's completely about, you know, fuck Hasan. I don't like Hasan, and I think that's the reason why I'm going to be aligning with these people. I brought this up before. It would be the equivalent of me like hanging out with Myron Gaines because Myron also fucking hates Ethan, or hanging out with Sneeko because Sneeko also hates Ethan, and hyping up Sneeko, Myron Gaines, and numerous other people that have actually despised Ethan Klein over the course of many years who are anti-Semitic, right? I don't do that because I have real convictions and real values. Ethan Klein does not, so he can just fucking consistently prop himself up as like this anti-Semitism fighter, when in fact many of his current allies are either anti-Semitic directly or at least like anti-Semitism curious, let's say. You're proving Asman supports Nick Fuentes from a Twitter post saying, okay, someone link me the fucking video of him saying that he wants to have Nick Fuentes on his broadcast because they agree with everything. I'm not going to play the clip. I'm going to play an even better clip. Send it to me right now. What will this chatter say? Oh, here.
It's just how rooting for you from Finland.
Yeah, Asmongold has been. We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one. I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet. Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But I don't know if when is sooner than later. I know the position that I'm in.
What do you think? Someone who's a Nazi wouldn't agree with things Nazi agree with? Confusing statement. You're proving Asman supports Nick Fuentes from a Twitter post saying that's the case. That's not really a citable source, Lamau. No. I'm proving Asmongold supports Nick Fuentes from Asmongold's own statements about Nick Fuentes. So if you both were on a stream together, that makes you agree on all aspects. Great take. I knew it was coming eventually. There's a difference between agreeing with the person and saying you want to have them on the fucking broadcast versus agreeing to have them on the broadcast to argue against them. He's agreeing with him. He's endorsing him to his audience.
From Finland.
I think you know that, though.
Man, Asgol fans cry, you call him a Nazi? Oh, I'm a Nazi again. Okay.
Fair enough.
As mine come.
Okay, well, at least you've, that's not even the most damning clip. I know. But I'm glad that the guy was like, all right, you know what, never mind. Fair. He said, fair enough, respect. Nah, he said goalposts can't move beyond this point. I respect that.
Yeah.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist, you think Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? You think...
Bro, we didn't shift the Overton window. We burned down the house. We burned down the whole motherfucking neighborhood. Oh my God. This is crazy. Yeah, this is nuts. I saw another clip about this too with no insurance. Yes, and no survivors. And all or nothing. No, there's another clip about this too. Here we go. Here we go.
This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
I've seen it. You've seen it. We've all seen it.
Just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Man.
Okay.
He's just nodding.
Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true.
I mean, dude, listen. Did woke get out of hand and was it annoying? Absolutely. I mean, I yelled about it all the fucking time back in like 2020 and onward. Okay? Especially when it got unproductive and people were just like consistently complaining about, I don't know, whatever kind of fucking movie people wanted to watch. But if you personally think that this is a better substitute to that, you are the most delusional fucking person on the planet. This is insane, okay? We need to get woke back, dude. Woke needs to make a comeback in a big way. Why do you agree with the framing of woke is the silly thing that this chatter said? I don't agree with that framing. I don't think this is a pendulum swing as a reaction to woke, but many people do. And I'm speaking to those people when I say, hey, is this what you wanted? Do you understand? I think it's awesome that some people can't tell the difference between how you cover Nick and how Osmond covers Nick because it's all platforming. Yes, we call those people stupid people. Okay? Can you explain how this clip proves Osmond is agreeing with him? To me, it looks like he's laughing at how ridiculous Nick Fuentes is being. Oh, you think that's why he said, we burned the house down? Like, we destroyed all of the safeguards. When he says we, when he's talking about himself and Nick Fuentes and his audience as well, and his audience that's spamming based, dies of based. What more should he be doing? Okay, let me ask you something. What would be the point where you consider him to be fully in agreement with Nick Fuentes? Because he said he wants to collaborate with them. He's saying that Nick Fuentes and himself are on the same virtuous journey of being able to say, Jews control society and all blacks need to, most blacks need to be in jail. And he agrees with all of that, at least by his own admission. What's the point? What is the point where you would say, hey, actually, maybe this guy is in agreement with Nick Fuentes? But also, the second question I have for you is, do you disagree with Nick Fuentes? I like Asmund, and I'm going to be real, it turned me onto your channel. While I disagree with some of what you say, I do appreciate the different perspective. Not all Asmund viewers are mouth breathers like this dude. Saying he agrees. I see your point of the previous person about platforming, which is fair. No, the other person was actually making a joke about how dumb people are about platforming, and they think like if you are criticizing a person aggressively in an effort to dissect their worldview and breaking it down, a lot of dumb fucks on the left, the super wokes that have no critical thinking capabilities, will actually read that as platforming as well. And that's the reason why they think like me shitting on Nick Fuentes' odious worldview is the same as Asmongold celebrating Nick Fuentes' odious worldview. So just so you understand, that previous chatter was making a point against the hyper woke, I guess. Isn't it good that they're out in the open now so we can publicly denounce and push against the ridiculous narratives? If you're talking about racism, I don't necessarily think it's good. And the reason why I don't necessarily think it's good is because social stigma has been able to, at the very least, combat some newer people joining the cause and feeling more comfortable about saying racist shit. So there is that version of events that's taking place right now. And I hope you understand why I'm saying that Asmongold agrees with Nick Fuentes, because he has time and time again said as much. Saying we didn't push the overturn window, we burnt the house down, indicates that Asmon is on Nick's side and sees this as a positive. Exactly. The whole idea that critique equals platforming is anti-intellectual, yes. There is a difference, however, okay? Because there are certain viewpoints that are so fucking outside of the norm, like Nick Fuentes' worldview, like Nick Fuentes' ideology, that until he reached a level of prominence, I just refused to cover him at all, because all matter of coverage to him basically expanded on his popularity no matter what. I have a fairly large platform, so I was careful about refusing to offer any, like even as a critique, refused to offer him any sort of coverage whatsoever. Now, obviously, that time is long gone at this point. There's nothing we can do about it, and that Nick Fuentes has risen to prominence at this point. He's more popular than you now at this point is really scary. I wouldn't go that far about Nick Fuentes, especially because of his worldview. Regardless of Red Scare propaganda, I think many Americans are more comfortable with identifying, collaborating, or talking to socialists as opposed to like a straight up fucking neo-Nazi. And I don't think that he is at that level of popularity yet. Having said that, however, he has definitely risen through the ranks quite a bit. And part of that was because of what Destiny did. Destiny openly talked about how he gave Nick Fuentes a lifeline, and that how Nick Fuentes should be more grateful to him, and that he had given Nick Fuentes' phone number to all these other podcasters so he could go on the podcast orbit. And this is something that he openly admitted. I know he's very humiliated and very frustrated by it, but yeah, Destiny revived Nick Fuentes' career and banned a large portion of his community that argued back against him when he asserted that Fuentes wasn't a Nazi. There were people in his community that straight up were like, Nick Fuentes is a fucking white supremacist, a white nationalist, why don't you call him a Nazi? And he actually actively defended Nick Fuentes not being a white supremacist and neo-Nazi, and banned a bunch of people in his community. Here's the video that, of course, I was referencing.
And Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn to grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me, because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just is so bad faith in the way he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him if I bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, I'm like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're.
Yeah. This is true. And at that point in time, there was a reason why I didn't even cover him when he was, doing embarrassing shit like, I don't know, being outed for going on a date with like a cat boy, a femboy, or whatever the fuck, right? And the reason why I didn't do that is because, and that was contrary to what Ethan Klein wanted to do when we were doing the Leftovers podcast, was because I thought there was no reason to give this person any additional prominence, because Nazis don't care about coming across as correct until the time is right for that kind of argumentation. The reason why you don't debate Nazis for the most part is because any conversation that they're having is an opportunity for them to just like troll, right? Because their politics doesn't revolve around like sincerely held beliefs. They can just like make it seem as though they're just simply memeing. Okay, it's a clout first strategy. Exactly. Like they know that they're lying. Nazis know that they're lying all the time. They celebrate it. They cherish it. It's more so like, oh, you just are getting rage baited by me. That means I'm winning. And he's kind of doing that with Piers Morgan as well. But at this point, I think he also wants to build a real movement, so he has to be a little bit more careful. He can't be as much of a troll as he normally is. A snapshot of his Reddit. It didn't take long. Hasan's anti-Semitism visualized. This website looks at someone with a degree in statistics and graphics design. The interactivity is insane. The head of the ADL on CNN claiming Hasan's extremist rhetoric. This is all Asmongold's subreddit 7 months ago. The head of the ADL on CNN is claiming Hasan's extremist rhetoric radicalized a DC shooter. The ADL can be ridiculous at times, but in this case, he's 200% right. Hamas Diddy Piker is openly propagandizing terror organizations and recruiting people to become terrorists themselves. He's no different than your garden variety extremist imam strapping bomb vests to brainwash guys. If Hasan's not done after this and they find links to Hasan, I don't know what can stop that man. And Twitch wonders what they will do about this. They can't be idle anymore. It's getting worse every day. At some point, Amazon's just going to liquidate Twitch to start up a new streaming service. This is the era the leftists call for genocide against the Jews, but at the same time call everyone else a Nazi. The ADL is putting pressure on Twitch again. Another highly upvoted pro-ADL tweet. Okay, these were the people that were putting pressure on Amazon and putting pressure on Twitch in collaboration with the Apartheid Defense League, also known as the Anti-Defamation League, and mass emailing advertisers with false claims to try and shut off monetization on the platform in its entirety. Okay, this is Dan Saltman, and he's the one who's leading the charge against Twitch's double standards on anti-Semitism culture. Literally, Dan versus Dan. That exact same community is currently praising Nick Fuentes for saying Hitler was based, or whatever the fuck he said. At a certain point, you have to understand, like, a lot of these guys don't actually have any real convictions beyond chaos. Many of them don't care. They just want to troll. A lot of them are white supremacists, white nationalists, neo-Nazis of different varieties. They're right-wingers. Ultimately, though, anytime they talk about anti-Semitism, just know that they're actually cynically talking about it because they think they can weaponize it against someone who actively combats anti-Semitism. In many instances, the reasons as to why they're collaborating with the ADL is because, well, one, they're trolling. It's fantastic. And two, they get to eliminate a major community and a major target, and they get to make their enemies do it for them. Do you understand? Yeah, it's the Sabra hummus outrage. Like, this community was fucking quote-unquote outraged that there was a Sabra hummus tier list, and now they're fucking talking about how Hitler was based. That's what I've had to deal with for the past 2 fucking years of my in and out endless amounts of Israel's genocide coverage on the background. That's what many others who have even smaller communities and don't have the same level of protection have had to deal with as well. And they've been banned in the process because Twitch has caved and capitulated to this bullshit framing. Because if there's enough noise, then corporations react to it. His community called the harassment that you received from the Zionist lobby delusional and anti-Semitic a month ago. He agrees with them. Exactly. Why can't we write Destiny in the chat? Great. So what he said, please clarify. You know what I've actually noticed, by the way? A lot less DGGers are in here as of late. I don't know what happened in that community. Maybe it like withered away or something. Or maybe Asmongold just fucking basically sucked up everybody. Back in the day, the moment that I mentioned Sex Pestini's name, there would still be some people that would come in here and immediately start defending him. Nowadays, not so much. And I wonder if it's because Asmongold just basically took his entire audience and just like sucked it in. Or maybe they became Nick Fuentes fans like Sex Destiny's very own son. No, it takes more effort to clip now, so they're focused on that. Yeah. In any case, that is those are some of the what is this? That was 7 months ago. Diddy Piker Lol. Didn't you say you hated leftists or you're not a leftist? I get confused. I think a lot confuses you, chatter. Wouldn't the average Destiny fan be ideologically opposed to him? I don't get it. No, because the average Destiny fan cares about what Destiny cares about, and what Destiny cares about is spite-based politics and trying to eradicate whoever has humiliated him in his mind. He does not have any sort of real ideological convictions. He just knows that he can masquerade as a liberal while simultaneously saying slurs and things of that nature to continue doing his troll operations. But the one guiding principle of Destiny and his community is fuck Hasan. And if that's the name of the game, he will collaborate with anyone and everyone in an effort to consistently attack me. In the past, he has collaborated with Nick Fuentes. In the past, he has collaborated with Sam Hyde. They are both neo-Nazis, open neo-Nazis, right? He has also collaborated with Asmongold as well, while simultaneously shitting on Asmongold too. Same thing could be said for Ethan Klein. These guys don't have a real political project in mind. They just like lean into it. Everything that they say is pure projection. When they say I'm grifting, for example, despite my ideological convictions remaining unchanged over the past decade or so, the reason why they say that is because it's actually a demonstration of their own lack of principle. Okay? They will work with anyone and everyone as long as the people that they're working with are attacking a common enemy.
Actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Man.
It's so funny that some of the biggest fuck us on DDG soldiers who have clearly said all of it was bullshit from the past have been defending you and shitting on the cult. Yeah, I think like this last year, the orbiters, self-described orbiters, have actually completely left the Destiny orbit and have realized that they were in a cult. Realized that they were basically in a cult and decided to do their very best to tackle some of that as well.
Okay. He's just nodding. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true.
The old media technique of shaming people doesn't work when they're not ashamed. The entire shame...
It's so funny because someone should pull a fucking clip of a journalist asking me like maybe remotely, like a remotely contentious fucking question, okay, about my worldview or something, and we shall see how hard Asmongold celebrates the media trying to name and shame. Okay? If you want to understand what his worldview looks like, because he's trying to make it seem like he's simply excited because you can't shame people anymore. Okay? But the real reason why he's excited is because you can't shame right-wingers anymore, right? Because when the media, when a liberal media outlet or a centrist podcast that I've gone on, and I'm sure he's watched all of my media appearances, even has a remotely contentious moment, he probably explodes with excitement. So it turns out it's actually not. It turns out it's actually not about the lack of capacity that the fucking media has in naming and shaming people.
Apparatus has failed. It's fallen apart. It doesn't work anymore.
That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
This is where you talk about...
The way he says it!
Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yes.
Oh wow! So we're already... Yeah! Jesus, guys, so we're already in a whole different world now. We are all the way in a different world.
Black fatigue is peaking. Yeah, I think it comes from a place of weakness where you just want to feel. Imagine saying this when Piers literally just does an internet show and hasn't done traditional media in years. Yeah, but it doesn't even matter. Like, he has like still that same traditional media veneer on him, right? Ultimately, I thought Asmo didn't agree with Nick. Yeah, he doesn't agree with him, but Nick is based. Based.
And yeah, he's okay with women shutting up. I mean, Piers is okay with women shutting up. I think a lot of guys are. So
the reason why a lot of these guys actually go, oh, well, this is just like common sense when they talk about Asmongold. When they say Asmongold is just a common sense guy, like, what do you mean? It's because they agree with him. And they agree with Nick Fuentes to a certain degree. Maybe if you push them on it, they'll say, oh, I don't agree with him. He's a little bit of an extreme person. But ultimately, that's the reason why they say this is common sense, because from their perspective, that's the normal position. And they will never actually work on themselves or they will never actually turn around and re-examine their worldview at all. They just take it for granted, and they hear other people also say this kind of stuff, and they love it. They're like, wow, that's awesome. Other people are also saying the things that I believe in, but I'm maybe too ashamed to say in polite society. You know? What is this? I don't think he's a cult. I don't think he's spite-based politics. I just turned away from him for his sexual discretions. Well, I'm a liberal, so yeah. Like, I don't expect the revolution is coming anytime soon, even if terminally online left thinks and it hopes it does. Yeah, I don't think you've actually listened to anything that I've said if you think that I'm a committed believer that, like, there is going to be a revolutionary, there's going to be a communist revolution tomorrow or some shit. And then someone actually says, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone here that believes that. And he goes, no, I think it's more than just vibes. More likely this being said, I'm being hyperbolic. A tiny proportion of the U.S. population or a tiny portion of the leftist streamer Twitch chat. Yeah, I'm a revolutionary communist. That's why I wanted Zoran Mamdani to win the fucking mayoral primaries in New York. Because he is going to bring about revolutionary communists. You say you're a liberal. You now probably like Zoran Mamdani. How is that attitude any different than, like, the average Republican calling Nancy Pelosi a communist? Do you understand? Think. Does it make sense if I am trying to foment this this communist revolution tomorrow or whatever? A lot of liberals fancy themselves to be critical thinkers and a lot smarter than the average Republican, but the moment that they fucking meet like a leftist or someone who has firmly established views, they turn into the same kind of dumb fuck that Republicans are. I do understand what your original thrust was. D engages in spite-based politics, and I just disagree. No, he absolutely does. It's all good. One day you will also come to that conclusion as well. It's all good. You'll get there eventually. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have spent the last, I don't know, 6 fucking years making me out to be his primary enemy, especially when committed liberals like the Podjons, for example, have regularly collaborated with someone like myself because they understand that we first and foremost oppose Republicans here. You will never catch me fucking collaborating with a Nazi, for example, because I hate some liberal character. Okay? When people tell you who they are by what they choose to focus on, believe them. Okay? That's it. We have a finite amount of time on God's green earth. If you are choosing to spend that finite amount of time constantly fucking opposing your left flank aggressively with much more smoke than you are with your right flank, then you probably aren't a committed or principled liberal, especially at a time when the right is completely dominating American politics. Neither you nor Asman or anything remotely good for society. Both of you have horrible takes and beliefs. I love this kind of centrism. You're right, dude. Someone who is platforming a Nazi and someone who opposes Nazi ideology is both useless and worthless for society. Thank you. Everybody thinks you are big-brained in this chat. Everybody everywhere, all around, thinks you are big-brained for this take. Both sidesism. Austin, close the door. A high IQ individual gracing us in this. A high IQ individual gracing us with his presence. All right. Let's get back to the stupid ass video that
are, and you know what you're doing. Yes, and there's Austin's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job, and if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position.
My friends say it's rat poison versus stupid show when it comes to you and Asman. Yeah, it's probably because they are more sympathetic, or at least find Asmongold's worldview not to be repulsive, but at least a normal part of the political process. You should ask them why they think my politics is rat poison. Is it perhaps because I'm anti-Israel and they have been primed into thinking that my kind of anti-Israel position is actually dangerous and scary? That's the point. A lot of these people, all you got to do is ask them why. Bro, you want to know how fucking stupid commentary on TikTok is? I saw an Israel GPT meme. I don't know. I guess that's the new way of saying chat GPT or something. Israel GPT, find me the perfect streamer. And literally people in the comments were saying Hasanabi Piker. How can you fucking hate Israel so much that you're like watching Israel GPT memes or something, but then you literally think that I would be the perfect streamer that Israel would design? I'm sorry, if you literally find yourself at the point where you are anti-Israel, but you also literally are like, but Hasan's type of anti-Israel sentiment is actually bad and wrong, you gotta be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. It makes total sense? No, it does not. What is this?
Black Boy Max X Hasan. I show him music, introduce him to this world, and he teaches me about politics, and then we debate who says no.
They're saying Black Boy Mexican. Woke Boy Max as Hasan. They're saying Black Boy Mex.
Who says no, nigga? Who said no, nigga? Who said no, nigga? Who said no, nigga? Who says no, nigga? Who says no, nigga?
Lost
Your
me
brain-
in politics. No, I mean I'm down to collab with Max. Yes, we're working out something. In any case, let's get back to this video now.
Where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, you know, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views,
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the
listen,
anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show, and you shouldn't tell?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
so
not.
it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listen to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that, but if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, you're
that's
being
fine.
malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
they
did.
will.
Yeah, and I'm
and
sure
they will.
afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled.
Oh my God, bass, bass. Oh, dude, it's fucking sick, dude. Can he say that? Can he say that? Oh my God, bro. Can he say that, bro? That's crazy.
In a free democratic society, to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it.
Thank
so I want
you.
to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
You just realized how Christmas our background is? Yeah, my background is more Christmas than Nick Fuentes' background. Who's the real lover of Christ, bitch? That's right. That's right. A Muslim motherfucker by the name of Hasan out-Christing your bitch ass, dude. Turns out, yo, who's the real ethnic and who's the real white man here, okay? That's right. W Christianity. W Christmas. Hello. 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 Hi. What's happening? What's happening? Uh-oh. No, you can't get up. Lady, you're too big. She's trying to... She wants you to play dispatch? No. Okay. What are you doing? Both of you have... But you have more colored lights, sus? You don't love Christ? What do you mean, dude? I'm loving Christ so hard. Look at my fucking Christ mass.
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So, no, I think that white people... have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent, and we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people...
Dude, what's going on? Are, like, black teenagers constantly bullying Nick Fuentes wherever he goes? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is he saying, bro? He's like, yo, you don't understand. Everywhere I go, there are black teenagers that are making fun of me. What's going on? We need to stop this. What the fuck? Did he get bullied? Like, what the fuck is happening? We found the new meta. I feel like this is the new meta. White people are most victimized by other white people, so by his logic, white people should avoid each other at all costs. Yeah. No, but you see, it's different when a black person does it, especially a black teenager. Yes, don't give me your bullshit woke statistics about how whites are victimized by other whites at a much higher rate, okay? It's a different kind when it's a black teenager that's making fun of me. I don't like that extra hard. No way he believes that himself, right? I don't know. Nick was never allowed on the rec courts. Yeah, that's what I like. I'm gonna step on you. You can't be. Oh no. Did you see the Cartier boys reacting to Fuentes' video? No. What is that? He was class president in high school. He was openly anti-Civil Rights Act even then. Oh my God. What a fucking repulsive little nerd he was. Watch
out. Are violent, or the reason there's crime is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them.
Yeah. Why is there a high rate of crime in poor neighborhoods, regardless of color, by the way? Why is there a higher rate of crime in poorer neighborhoods as opposed to wealthier neighborhoods? I wonder. Yeah, it's got to be when black people do it, it's different though. That's what it is. Okay, it's just, you see, black crime is different than white crime. You know, even if it's the same crime, actually, it's totally different.
And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now, whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers...
Yeah, did he say black people always come up to him and shake his hand, but now he says to avoid black people? Yeah. He can't shake their... He says black people are always coming up to him to shake his hand because they're like, yo, we agree with you so much. But he always avoids them, so he never actually ends up shaking their hands. He didn't say he's shaking their hands back. Also, he said high five. He's like all the unks are coming up to him like, hey, high five, man, Nick Fuentes, you're my favorite political commentator. And he's like, no. And then he runs away.
It is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's...
Dog, you're an insane person. I'm sorry. You're a fucking insane person. If you see like a random ass black person walking down the street and your automatic assumption is, oh my God, this random ass black person is going to kill me, I have to run away. You're basically describing your own mental insanity, but you're trying to justify it. Like, not only are you a pussy, you're an insane pussy. Okay? You should be embarrassed to admit this. Not because like, oh, people are gonna call you racist. Like, you should just be embarrassed to admit such an insane thing. Okay? What the fuck? Like, how can you anchor your worldview around this fundamental first principle of insanity, okay? You don't understand. I see a black person walking down the street, I immediately run away. What the fuck? Even if that was a fear that you had, you probably shouldn't say that out loud. That's such a psychotic thing to say. It's such a cowardly thing to say. And then these guys will go, oh, it's suicidal empathy. What is suicidal empathy? That I just like don't automatically assume that every person with fucking melanin is going to murder me? Like I'm constantly on the verge of death every day that I exist.
It's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh.
Dude, what you're describing is not exclusive to black people, okay? What you're describing is someone doing a crime. Like, does Nick Fuentes think white people don't do this stuff? Like, what is going on here? Yes, dude, stranger danger is not just stranger danger against black people, okay? Like, it can come from every angle, okay? What the fuck is this? What is this conversation? Like, what is happening? Does he think that, like, white people don't mug other white people or black people? You know what I mean? Like, no, white people do that shit too. It doesn't make any sense. Like, he's just hyper focusing on, like, well, black people do this. And the reason why white people get duped by it is because they're too nice to black people. What the fuck? This is before we even get to much larger, much more consequential versions of crime, oftentimes also conducted by white people, but that's, you know, that's legalized usually because they're robbing the poor, but they're also doing it at the corporate level. So, you know, that's not perceived as a crime in the same way.
Hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victim?
Wait, no, in the... Dude, he's capable of crafting systemic analysis when it comes to white people doing crime. That's crazy, okay? Like, but I guess even in that situation, it's not systemic analysis because he's just saying like, oh, they're doing antisocial personality disordered forms of violence, like, you know, someone having like a psychotic outbreak. But what's really interesting is Pierce shouldn't say, oh, but what's the difference to the victims? While that is true, the real question he needs to ask here is, what's the difference between like antisocial crimes versus what you factor in as like gang crimes, like gang violence, okay? Because ultimately, both of those versions of violence are still very much clearly coming from material conditions. Or at least material conditions play a formative role in not addressing the mental health complications that take place, for example, right? Or especially when it comes to gang violence, right? Gang violence is directly born out of being born into an area where you have no other options, you have no other alternatives. What does Kirk laugh? What the fuck? That's great. Okay, guys. School shootings come from material conditions? Yes, of course. What the fuck do you mean? Everything still goes back to that same analysis, at least for me. One, mass availability of guns, because the gun manufacturing industry is one of the most important domestic industries in this country, and therefore there is no fucking reasonable gun control because gun manufacturers pump a shit ton of money into our politicians. What do you think that creates? What kind of dangerous environment does that cultivate? That's number one. Number two, many of the school shooters are actually, you know, experiencing severe mental distress. That severe mental distress can come from a broken house, or can come from the fact that, you know, this person is at home, not getting the same parenting that they possibly could get, or the fact that they can't go and get mental health treatment, right? The inaccessibility of mental health treatment still stems from the fact that we privatize healthcare in this fucking country. So clearly, those are all material reasons as to why school shootings are happening in the United States of America with regular frequency, and it doesn't happen anywhere else. Bullying isn't a material condition. No, but not being able to, but an inability to address bullying is. Okay? Do you think every single instance of school shooting is happening because of fucking bullying? Where do you think they get the guns? They get the guns because the guns are readily available. Why are they readily available and easy to fucking purchase? Because there's more guns in circulation in the marketplace than there are people in this fucking country. Why is that the case? Because gun manufacturing is a very important domestic industry, and they care more about generating profits year over year than they care about the safety and security and social welfare of average Americans. So they have designed a system where there is no gun control in this fucking country. That is the reason why in the United States of America, amongst all other OECD nations, is unique with how frequent gun violence is, how frequently gun violence is a major problem, especially school shootings. Okay? It's not just bullying. Do you think people don't get fucking bullied in Scandinavian countries, for example? You think they don't get fucking bullied over there? You think they don't get bullied in London? They get bullied everywhere. Bullying is consistent. Mental health complications is consistent. But the only thing that's inconsistent between the United States of America and other nations is the availability and access of an arsenal of weapons. Anyway.
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And
what proportion?
I'm curious.
This is the thing about Fuentes' rhetoric. This really boils down to him saying for white people it's only the exception, but for black people it's the trend. And Piers isn't equipped to deal with that, which is actually bad if his whole goal is to let the audience judge for themselves. Most people won't dissect the statement, but it still seeps into how they think. Yeah.
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white.
I wonder why. Is it genetic inferiority or cultural inferiority, or is it a direct consequence of the fact that there are more black people living in abject poverty than there are white people per capita, of course? Okay? The per capita argument is easy to comprehend when you realize that it is actually poverty and systemic discrimination and a lack of interest in addressing the previous incredibly violent, systematized, racialized versions or racialized discrimination that is the reason why black people are living in poverty by higher rates than white people are. This doesn't mean that white people are doing great, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. But ultimately, that is the reason. It's either that or some other thing. Nick Fuentes believes it's some other thing, okay? And that some other thing is racial, genetic, or cultural inferiority to whites.
People that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white
You're
people.
telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just...
Wait. This is also... Yeah, you lied. You also lied about what proportion of black people are also doing murders in the beginning of this conversation. Like... So what's the point here? Like, what proportion of all white people, like, what's the percentage of white people that have done school shootings as opposed to all white people that haven't done school shootings is stupid. It's also stupid to say what percentage of black people have actually engaged in murder as opposed to all black people, except it's not dumb if you want to propagandize that position by simply lying about the proportion of black men that have engaged in the act of murder, which he also cynically frames as in their lifetime they will potentially do a murder, and then straight up lie about the number when he said 1 in 20. Only to then turn around and go, oh, well, I saw it on Twitter.
It's not that
What
smart.
difference does
What's
that
the
make
difference?
to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in
What I'm
terms
saying
of
to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably...
How do you explain the significant difference in the crime rate between poor blacks and poor whites? Probably not something you'd analyze because it'd shatter your virtuous narrative. Wait, what? The crime rate between poor blacks and poor whites, they have the same crime rates. What the fuck are you talking about? No, the real racist ball knowers wouldn't say the crime rates between poor whites and poor blacks. The real racist ball knowers would say, what's the difference between cross-racial crimes? Okay? If you want to be a better racist, you should actually not advance this argument, which is stupid. You should actually advance the other argument. There's an answer for that as well. If you would like me to explain to you, I can also explain to you that as well, because it's obviously when you're going to commit a crime, you're going to commit a crime towards people that in most circumstances, especially crimes born out of direct poverty, like, you know, thefts and robberies and whatnot, you're going to do it to people that have money, right? And black people, by and large, live in urban environments as opposed to white people that live in the suburbs or rural areas, and therefore the moneyed groups oftentimes happen to be white on average, and therefore when white people are stealing, they're stealing from other white people, but when black people are stealing, they're not usually stealing from other black people, but they're stealing from people who do have money, especially in the neighborhoods, or at least close enough to the neighborhoods that they live in. So there is an answer to the actual racist ball knowers that know the better talking point, but you didn't even get there because you're fucking stupid. You should become a better racist, I think. If you wanna be a better racist, you should learn the proper talking points. Not only are you racist, but you're not even good at it. The other reason for why there is any sort of disparity within crime rates is because obviously black neighborhoods are over-policed. Even, I mean, one of the greatest examples for this is, of course, the prevalence of, you know, smoking weed, for example, or doing cocaine, doing drugs and whatnot. White people and black people do drugs at the same rates, and yet black people are actually over-policed for the same exact types of drug crimes. They get longer sentences for the same exact drug possession crimes, for example. And on top of that, once they're in the system, because there's no leniency towards black people doing the exact same thing, then the sentencing disparity that exists, it's much harder to come back from that, leading them into a life of poverty and maybe more crime as a consequence of that. This is the reason why a lot of people, when they talk about 1350, are actually just simply looking at arrest numbers and not convictions, especially in a country where, you know, clearance rates are incredibly low, in a country where black people are over sentenced and oftentimes found guilty of crimes that they later are exonerated from. Anyway, what happened? Why is he not responding? Did he get offended when I said he was he was not only an L racist, but just not even good at doing racism? ChatGPT, please craft an elaborate narrative. Yeah, why you can't compare based on race. The fact that predominantly white localities rarely approach levels of disadvantage found in predominantly black and to a lesser extent Hispanic areas makes it difficult to compare the race and ethnic specific effects of structural disadvantage on race and ethnic specific levels of violence. He's getting, no, he's getting bullied by black teenagers right now. No, they found him. No, they found him in the library. Terrifying. Anyway, let's continue.
Presumably, your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion?
Okay, yeah. What proportion of black men are violent murderers? Well, the number I made up in my mind is 1 in 20. Like, okay.
Of black men have committed violent crimes. It's probably like 5%. I guess.
Probably, you know, I saw it on X. Probably, dude. Also, I love that he is comparing school shootings to all violent crime. He's not comparing like what proportion of white people are responsible for all violent crime as opposed to you know, the proportion of black men. And I'm sure, especially given like what violent crime is, which includes like, you know, aggravated assault and all manner of different thefts and whatnot. I'm sure that given the poverty element that we already talked about, if you make the proportionality argument, certainly the proportion of black people that are doing violent crime is going to be higher than the proportion of white people doing violent crime. There's more white people. White people are also in better material circumstances as opposed to black people in general. But once again, that is not a byproduct of genetic differences, and that is not a byproduct of cultural differences, but instead a byproduct of poverty. That's it. So if you actually want to solve crime, you have to solve poverty, but none of these motherfuckers actually want to solve poverty because they would rather just keep being racist. And this is also precisely the reason why I always say, like, these guys are fake. Whenever they talk about, you know, left populist sentiment, it's totally fucking bullshit. Because at the end of the day, their analysis is utterly devoid of alleviating poverty. They don't care about that at all. The argument Piers Morgan is making here, for the record, is actually a decent one. He's saying, well, you see a black person and you automatically assume that they're a fucking criminal, but you don't see a white student going to school and automatically assume that they're a school shooter. That's what he's saying. He's trying to explain to Nick Fuentes why he's being racist. But Nick Fuentes is trying to move the conversation away to like these ridiculous false equivalencies.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools. Why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the black.
That's true. No. I like that he even factors in property tax into this equation, which is hilarious because, like, he also knows why, you know, schools in predominantly black neighborhoods are underfunded. That means he knows. He must know, right? I hope Piers Morgan knows.
It's in the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you know, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, you know, it's just not
I have an answer,
livable.
I have
It's
an
not
answer for
workable.
you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of, no,
the proportion
again,
of the
are you
population.
hearing it? No, no.
See,
What's
I
the
think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say, you know, well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
Dude, when I see a fucking 20-year-old wearing a suit and tie saying gangbangers, like, how the fuck do you look at this goddamn nerd and go, that's my based heroic figure, dog? How is that possible? He's just afraid of black children. Like, that's most of his motivating principle comes from being afraid of black people. And he's not even embarrassed to admit that. Okay. And he says she's like gangbangers, and you're out here being like, that guy is so based, bro. That guy is so fucking based. He's a whole ass dweeb, dude. What the fuck? I mean, just look at Asman. Okay, that's... Oh. Yeah, you're right. At least he fucking looks like he takes a shower every now and then. Jesus Christ. Ugh. .25% of black people commit murder and 0.27% of white people commit murder. Yeah, he's not even talking about murder. He was talking about violent crime in general. Did his first grade black friend bully him? Or why is he afraid of black children? Do you guys stop listening to dudes who don't shower? Is the question that someone had in the chat. And the answer is, if you met someone, okay, and you thought they were fucking brilliant, and then you actually encounter them in the real world for once, and they were stinky as hell, would you see him in the same way? Yeah, if I can smell you, and it's not like a one-off, you know, because we just played basketball or something, I'm probably gonna think less of you. Okay? It's true. Oh my God, everyone thinks, yeah, I'm describing a Greek philosopher. Yeah, exactly. The only place to spit in a rich man's home is his face. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. The modern day Diogenes is actually going, yeah, boys. You got it.
Okay. What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No, tell me the number, and then the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise.
I mean, Piers is also identifying exactly what Nick Fuentes has been doing, which, you know, I guess he's not exactly sheltering his worldview here, but it's like, it's fine if white people do crimes. I just don't fuck with black people doing crimes is basically the take here.
Size your mind. Maybe
no one's buying this. This argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the...
I can't believe Piers Morgan is kind of cooking him here. He's doing the thing where he's like trying to bring the conversation back. Like, he is operating the per capita argument holds. Piers Morgan gave the per capita argument back to him about school shootings, right? Like the percentage of black people that are responsible for school shootings is the same. Like it's adjusted the population pretty much, give or take. But he wants to compare like school shootings committed by white people across the entire board, like across the entire population of white people, as opposed to all violent crimes, right? As opposed to all violent crimes, not just gang violence, not just mass shootings in general, but all violent crimes, right? And you can't do that. That's an entirely separate statistic. And the reason why he's trying to do that is because he basically fucking ran with that narrative in the beginning to say like, oh, it's a 1 in 20, 5% of black people do a violent crime, which is bullshit.
The proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim.
This is why I'll give you my money. Thank you. The #1 anti-racist broadcast on the platform, on all platforms. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, your voluntary subscriptions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime will allow you to listen to, I mean, it's free regardless whether you pay or not, but will allow you to listen to the #1 PhD in racism haver, Hasanabi Piker.
Where does it leave us? We have 2 weeks left in the year before we go on our Christmas hiatus. I'm not a big fan of any kind of hiatus. I would prefer just to work. But it is taxing, it is grueling, of course. And there's a lot of infrastructure here that requires me to work all day, every day, Monday to Friday, with some extra work on the weekends, usually meetings. And I'm probably gonna have a stroke.
You can say that you're a hypocrite. We all know that you silence anyone that dare to do a little poop sock. Shut the fuck up. Barry White's gonna buy Hasan PBS? Fuck no. Yeah, apparently Tim Pool is running out of funds because Russia cut his money. I don't understand how guys like this actually get into debt. Like, I don't get it. Like, how much growth have you had? How much, isn't it supposed to be like a fairly cheap production? I guess he does have a lot of people that he employs and stuff, right? He spent it all on beanies. He built a compound. Yeah, but he fucking built a compound in like what, West Virginia or some shit, right? Like that's not, that's expensive, but you can probably build that with the same fucking price of this house that I bought, And I just assume, bro, we're talking about a guy who is not operating with your budget, okay? Remember, he was getting like, what, $4 million from fucking the Russian government, okay? That's on top of the revenue that he's generating. That's fucking crazy. If you burn through that shit, what the hell were you spending it on? You didn't even get the Turkish hair transplant. Where did it go? You know what I mean? He did spend a lot of money on advertising. Maybe that's what it is. He also tried making a skateboarding brand sponsoring canceled skaters, Lamau. Stop blowing the Russia bag. I want one, Goofy. You'd be surprised how often the answer is gambling. Hasan, Drake is fucking addicted to that shit. That's true. Anyway, we We got to keep going with this.
Victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment? People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger.
Now we know. Now we know where the money went, dude. It's like that fucking meme. It's like $200,000 on a NASCAR advertisement. Please, someone help me. Someone help me budget this, guys. I can't do it.
Danger, in terms of probability, it's not even comparable. And I would say this, to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare, and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing.
They got their pants around the ankles. Dude, the funniest part about people who try to make it seem like their racist politics are actually so new and so unique and so anti-establishment is that they end up sounding like people's grandparents. Okay? Like, how have you not figured out a new way to say racist shit? They're coming around with a jalopy with their pants around their ankles. Pick up your pants, please. Rush Limbaugh channeling through him. Bro, Rush Limbaugh would probably be like, what the fuck are you saying? That's not even Rush Limbaugh's generation, brother. That's like pre-William F. Buckley type shit.
The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in the city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black and white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago. Right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already...
Wait, why? I mean, if you don't understand that you know, black on black crime and white on white crime is happening at the exact same fucking levels, because people end up doing crimes to their immediate neighbors first and foremost, then why wouldn't you be afraid? If you think black on black crime is far higher for some reason, then Nick Fuentes is honest and true, okay? That's the fucking limit with right-wingers talking to someone like Nick Fuentes. If Nick Fuentes wasn't so flustered in this moment, he would probably say as such. He'd be like, okay, well, you brought that up yourself. You agree with me. I'm just simply saying the quiet part out loud that you're too afraid to fucking admit.
Conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living...
Like, do you see what I mean, though? Because, like, the only problem that Piers Morgan, I guess, at this point has with Nick Fuentes is that he says he's a racist and Piers doesn't, you know? Like, why would anybody go, okay, well, you know, you guys both agree that black people are violent, it seems. Okay? Then the guy who also then follows that up by saying, yeah, you know what, I'm not afraid to say it. They're violent and that's why I avoid them, is probably correct if they're operating, because they seemingly are operating on the same fucking moral playing field.
Anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist, so they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot, and it's true. I mean, they are a...
She didn't get shot. She got stabbed.
Largely.
Also, ironically enough, by a mentally ill person. So it's not just white people that seemingly do SSRI-born crimes in the way that you described school shootings. Turns out, you know, black people can also be mentally ill, but of course, because you're a fucking white supremacist, when it's a mentally ill black person, that's because he's black. Okay? That's the difference. That's what it is. Yes, dude, there is a real problem with mental illness in this fucking country, okay? That's the difference, though. When a black person who has significant mental health complications, who ends up fucking snapping and doing something insane, like a horrifying act of violence, you know, you chalk that up as yet another instance of black crime. This is how they are. When a white person does it, you're like, well, the reason why the white person did it is because they were demonstrating antisocial personality disorder behavior. I have no SSRI stare root. I mean, you know what I mean. I'm just using the fucking stupid ass thing that he was saying to describe people experiencing mental health complications.
In this city, in Chicago, the south side, the west side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood.
Huge criminal population. I wonder what he means.
I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even
Nick,
black people.
Again, Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
But you're the
Chinese,
product of an interracial marriage.
No! No! Oh, no! Hey, yo, chill. Chill. Look at his face. Hey, debunking. Guess what, dude? The fact checkers got you on that one, didn't they? Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, this is so fucking stupid. Every other race wants to do it. Every other race is against race mixing. I have, with the exception of like Dr. Umar or whatever, I've never met a black person that has said that they need to make miscegenation illegal, okay? The difference is there are certain groups of people in this country of every type of background that say, oh, you got to keep it in the family, you got to keep it in the family. I'm not one of those people. I think it's fucking silly, whatever, right? But there's only one group of people that take it a step beyond and actually want to roll back the clock on how things used to be. And that is not even all white people, of course, obviously, but a specific kind of white person that says, we got to make it illegal, okay? That's the difference. That's the difference. Yeah, people have, this is also like the difference between, like, you know, dating preferences versus people just like writing off entire races, right? Like, everyone has dating preferences. It's normal. It's healthy. It's understandable, okay? Especially if you have, I guess, let's say, tasted the rainbow, okay? And you've made up your mind on, like, what kind of person you enjoy being around. Oh, yeah, I thought you were going to bring up Israel. Yeah, I mean, Israel is also you know, the white supremacist paradise in that regard. So, yes, you're right. It is also a fascist country, which is precisely the reason why interfaith marriages are not only frowned upon, but also technically not considered by the state in Israel. And also, the guys I'm talking about here in America are the American fascist white supremacists. My point is, I've never met a black person, maybe they exist out there, but I don't think it's the norm, that says, oh, we got to make it illegal. We got to make it illegal for black people to marry white people, okay? Clarence Thomas. Okay, dude. That's, his wife is white, okay? Shut the fuck up. That doesn't count, okay? That is the one exception. That's the one exception. And he has a white wife. Come on. That's one guy. And I never met him. So technically my point still stands. And if you say Candace Owens' husband is also white. I'm beginning to notice something. Maybe Dr. Umar was right. What the hell is going on? No, but it is literally just fucking. It is literally Clarence Thomas, I guess. Anyway, never ask a racist the ethnicity of their significant other. True.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's say
really.
for the sake
Not
of argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
For the sake of
you're
argument,
literally
we
the
can
very
say sure.
person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous
It's
Americans
not white,
and
though,
Europeans.
is it? It's not white.
Well, apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really. You just keep
thing.
saying.
Damn, get him, Pierce. Yeah, tell him. Yeah, that's right. That's right, dude. Yeah, you're Hispanic.
You only want to live in a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself.
Hispanic
You've
and
literally-
race, both of them are idiots. I know, but it's fun. Have you considered that it's funny that he's actually sweating? Especially because all of this is totally and utterly inconsequential. That's my point, at least, right? Like, every single part of this is completely made up and totally arbitrary, and is ridiculous to even spend any time on like how we have to segment off society, which is, I think, the greatest counter to the ideology that a Mexican neo-Nazi could present. Okay, a product of technically race mixing. And I'm not just saying that because I always say I'm white Chinese, okay? And want to be white Chinese. And I am, in my heart and soul, white Chinese. That's not the reason why I'm saying that. I know many people are going to come in here and be like, Hassan, you're only saying that because you think you're Chinese. Like, no, I know I'm Chinese. That's the difference. And yeah, race is arbitrary. Okay, let's continue.
You got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing.
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many are
because they respect
black?
the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel when you say,
bro, this is again another limitation of the caucasity demonstrated by Piers Morgan. How many of your friends are black? It was like, this is such a dumb question. Name all your black friends right now. I like that he named two famously. Is Sneeko seriously black? I mean, he's Haitian. I think he's Haitian Filipino. But also, this is the dumbest. This is the dumbest argument, and his response literally is two white supremacist black people. At least, I don't know where they're at right now in their politics, but they were at some point when they were friends with Nick Fuentes.
you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll.
Wait, what just happened?
And what he said. That it doesn't come from.
The fuck? I want to know what he said. Hey, yo. Piers Morgan uncensored. Oh, he said the N-word? Bro, at that point, cutting that off is just serving his purpose. You know what I mean? What are you doing? Why don't they just bleep it? I know you want to fucking monetize this shit, you goddamn media demon, you, but yeah, what the fuck? This is what he said?
You say you just want to be away from any black people.
I'll tell you verbatim what he said. He said, so you use the N-word. I said, yeah. He goes, well, when niggas are being niggas. I said, so true. That's so true. So they feel like they're in complete agreement with me.
Wow, he's so fucking... Can he say that? Oh my God, he's so cool. He's so cool. He's so edgy and cool.
Place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it, and I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see...
Here we go with the fucking white identitarian bullshit, dude. Oh my God. Even the races became woke, brother. What is happening? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not a bigot. I'm a race realist. Oh, I just want to save white people. Brr, brr, brr. White people are under attack. It's like the fucking permanent victimhood narrative. I feel like that shit is also un-American. Like, yeah, there's always been that kind of like motivating ideology amongst like some white people, right? But it's loser shit, and I feel like it's not very. It's not a very American sentiment. The Westoid is incapable of transcending liberalism is true. Yeah. I just want white people to have a safe space. Ugh. That kind of whining is the most American. What are you talking about? No, I give Americans credit, while being a very racist country in its fundamentals, being, you know, and having a lot of racial wounds that have not healed or have even been addressed. Americans, by and large, are much more. America is one of the most diverse nations on the planet, and Americans are, by and large, much more tolerant, I would say, than other countries are. This doesn't mean that there isn't like a tremendous amount of racism. It's systematized, and it yields these results that we see, that we experience, that Nick Fuentes can use to create this fucking whiny ass narrative. But the lost cause shit is like loser shit. What's good? Are you out? All right, get the fuck out of here, bro.
This great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you click the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man.
The audacity of people the audacity of insane racists to literally victim blame a woman who got fucking stabbed to death on a bus is psychotic, by the way. Like, that is psychotic. Like, she was too woke, too lip-tarded. That's why she got fucking stabbed in the neck. What an insane thing to say. It's just so psychotic. Oh, it was a train? My bad. It wasn't a bus. It was a light rail train. I apologize. Like, the idea that, like, you're supposed to be, like, constantly in an environment of panic around anyone with, like, a little bit of melanin. Doo-wop, mods, where's Kaya? I've hired someone to abuse her off screen. That's where she's not here right now. He said mods. Yeah, she's doing her daily beatings.
To be safe, and if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him.
How many deranged?
As a real capitalist, I outsource my labor. I got too tired.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years?
By the way, for the record, there is a understandable and very real environment of fear that women live in, right? When they're walking home alone at night. And these guys are the very same people that literally say like, women need to get the fuck over that kind of fear, as a direct consequence of how much violence and stalking and predatory behavior that women experience with regular frequency, much higher than the instance of like black on white crime that this fucking dipshit is talking about here, okay? And how normalized that sort of behavior is, and how a lot of men just don't even realize that they're doing it in many circumstances to be as charitable as possible in this circumstance. Like, it just, many of them do know, and they don't give a shit, obviously. Like, whether it be, a snide remark, or whether it be just like following someone. Like, women are in a constant state of fucking panic, especially at night when they're walking alone. That is the real, actual economy of information, right? That's the actual economy of information. Not whatever the fuck this guy's talking about. But of course, when women bring that up, these are the first people to say, oh, you're ridiculous. You're imagining things. Shut the fuck up. And yeah, that's just men across the board, not a specific race, obviously. Okay? He turns around and says, like, that's discrimination against men.
Okay.
Proportionally far fewer.
But how
far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up. I don't have
You're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on, you're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific, for the record. Absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on.
Such an omega ass take. You tell women not to be afraid of being assaulted, but you're afraid of some black kids? Yeah, exactly. No, that's what it is. He's like, black teenagers terrify me down to the bone. Do you understand? He's like, you don't understand. You don't know how terrifying it is, okay? You don't understand how terrifying it is to just walk by a gaggle of black teenagers. They might say something about my outfit. This is devastating to me personally, and I am so scared, okay? It's the economy of information. Every time he goes to like Costco or whatever and comes back home, he's like, wow, another day where I've avoided murder. It was crazy.
And I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the
perpetrated
neck.
by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then
implying
not
that
only
white people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Well, I never said white people don't do it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either
No
know,
disagreement.
you neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know and don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. The problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry.
Sometimes I go back and forth on this, okay? Because sometimes I feel like Piers is cooking him, and in other instances almost feels like a Kanye West, Alex Jones type situation where he's like, don't say the quiet part out loud. What are you doing? Like, I can't tell if Piers Morgan is telling him how to be better at doing, like, racist dog whistles, or if he actually has, like, a significant disagreement with what Nick Fuentes is saying and doing. Because it literally feels like he's like, well, I agree with you on some of these things, right? but you're saying you're racist. Don't concede on being racist from the start. You're doing a bad job. You know? Reminder that Nick Fuentes is such a bitch-made pussycock about his views that when he was literally asked by a cop if he was a white supremacist, he said he wasn't. Yes. When asked by a cop if he was actually a white supremacist, Nick Fuentes said, no, I'm Mexican. My last name is Fuentes. He did do that. Yeah, that's on camera, body camera specifically.
The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white...
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, no, totally, dude. That's how crime... Like, this stuff sounds so stupid to me. I don't know. It's just like, that's how crime manifests because black people are narcissistic. Like, how fucking stupid of an argument is this? When you reduce it, when you actually try to whittle this argument down to its fucking core, and what he has down there is basically, well, you know, black people are narcissistic because they've been told that they were victims of slavery, which fucking they were generationally and historically. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, what do you think? Is he a slavery didn't happen truther as well? Like, I don't know where he's coming from. But like, when you reduce it down to like, wow, it's you know, it's because black people are narcissistic and feel like they have no accountability, that's why they do crimes. It's so fucking stupid. Really? That's the reason? Who has a sense of entitlement in this country? Fucking random black people growing up in impoverished neighborhoods, or I don't know, rich white people? Who do you feel like if that is how crime manifests, who do you feel like has a higher sense of entitlement? I mean, fucking Nick Fuentes has an insane level of entitlement. Maybe it's because that's the Mexican half. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. He's just he is a mixed race of ethnic background, so maybe that's the reason why he has this sense of entitlement. It's fucking ridiculous. It's so stupid. Like, seriously, when you ask someone sincerely, okay, like, what do you think is the reason for crime? Poverty and systemic discrimination, or fucking, I don't know, cultural attitudes and narcissism? If you turn around and say cultural attitudes and narcissism, you're a fucking idiot. I don't know. It just blows my fucking mind that this is a serious point of contention here.
White man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we've been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence, and that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
so
the
just to be
body
clear,
cam footage,
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Turn this around on
you're
me.
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said, what black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
oh, yeah,
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your...
That's where you went with that, Piers? What the fuck? Bro, there is... I mean... What the fuck is this? What is happening? Are they having a meet-off? Like, what's going on? What the fuck? This is off the rails, bro. What the... Like, there is so much you can shit on, at least this version of Kanye West over. And he's like... He's basically calling him uppity. That's crazy. Like, that is crazy. Because that's what Nick was doing, right? Like, he's saying, you know... It's the classic, again, 1940s racism that he keeps bringing back for some fucking weird reason, whether he's like talking about jalopies and you know, pants around their ankles, or how he's saying uppity, right? Like that's what the argument is. It's a racialized term for those of you who don't know. You probably might not have heard it because most new age races don't even say the term anymore. And it's crazy to me that Piers Morgan came in and was like, well, guess what? You know who's really uppity? Kanye West, which is crazy. That's what is happening here? Uppity is racist? Yes. It is a racialized term most commonly used against black people to say that black people don't know their position in society, and they are, you know, in the basically what Nick Fuentes was describing. It's to say all of that they are narcissistic, and that black people are, like, literally, if you want to understand what the descriptor is, what the descriptor is for uppity, it's basically what Nick Fuentes just described without saying the word. Yeah, acting above your station, and now Piers Morgan is basically turning around and going, well, Kanye West is like that, which is crazy.
He's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life...
I have, yeah.
Nick Fuentes is saying all black people are narcissistic and you know, trying to reach above their station and don't know their place in civilized society because they're barbaric. You're turning around and saying, well, Kanye West is like that. Even if Kanye West is a narcissist, this is not the appropriate angle of attack here, because it almost comes across as you saying that Kanye West doesn't know his station. He said epitome, right? Not uppity, I think. No. He said Kanye West is the epitome of what you described, when Nick Fuentes wasn't actually describing like the particular personality of one person. He was describing how black people operate in general.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
You keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black?
I
Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So, no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay. He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jews. Answered emphatically that you turned to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it, I can show you, I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
I wonder if, like, this level of platforming Nick Fuentes is like unrestrained conspiratorial anti-Semitism will cause liberals to understand where I'm coming from when I describe my position on Israel. Or I wonder if they even make that distinction where they just go, nah, you're anti-Israel, fuck you, you're the same as Nick Fuentes. Why are we platforming him? Here. This was live streamed 9 hours ago. It had 88,000 views while it was going live, and it already has 1.2 million views. So no, I'm not platforming it. It's got 1.2 million views in 9 hours. Yeah, I know. You don't have to fucking insert Elon Musk in this conversation, Megaphonics. Yes, Elon Musk believes what Nick Fuentes is saying here as well.
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip. I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as...
He's actually cooking up bullshit off the top of his head? No, everything he said, there is a... Yes, world Jewry is both utilized by Nazis historically, but also is a real conference. He's not wrong about that. Like when someone uses Jewry, the Nazis have used the term international Jewry, world Jewry, but also it is a terminology that is that's also utilized by like Jewish advocacy groups as well. Yeah, see, the State of World Jewry Address by Barry Weiss. The inaugural State of World Jewry Address was given in 1980 by Abba Eban. Over the 4 decades that followed, Eban's epochal speech was followed by those from luminaries, including Elie Wiesel, It's like, Christians doing fucking global Christian conferences or some shit like that, right? The reason why he is hyper-focusing on the Jewish element is because he hates Jews. But the reason why that kind of statement is actually more salient now than ever before and invites scrutiny and skepticism is because most of these conferences, unfortunately, have actually revolved around defending Israel or have been attended by people who are ultra-Zionists. This does not mean that there is a monolithic understanding of Israel amongst the Jewish population, but that is what Nick Fuentes is claiming. And the biggest problem here is not just that Nick Fuentes is claiming this, but also a lot of Jewish Zionists will also say this as well, not realizing that that doesn't actually create an environment of protection against Israel, but instead makes people who are not as invested in the continuation of Israel as an apartheid state go, oh, that's weird. That's kind of fucked up. Do you understand? But yeah, it's like NAACP, right? Just because it has the word colored in it doesn't, you know, make it the same when Nick Fuentes is referring to black people like that. Do you see what I mean?
It's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, you know, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, you know, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly.
Oh, God. Oh, I actually love Jews. Source, the Bible. This kind of shit does make me unironically an r/Reddit atheist, bro. He's just like, yo, you don't understand. I love Jews. The Bible fucking says we gotta love Jews. Catholics are mandated to love Jews is also funny, considering that until recently Catholicism hadn't gotten the patch where it was like, hey, maybe we should stop saying Jews are Christ killers. Like that's a couple decades old, man. Saying that Catholics especially love Jews is crazy.
Interviews, I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated, and that's why there's a lot of paranoia, there's a lot of distrust, there's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
Well, that's weird, because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ.
Listen. Oh, he got his ass. Oh, that was good. That was fucking good. Listen. That's that classic nasty ass British journalist move right there. Oh my God, that was fucked up. Okay, I can't believe I'm handing Piers his fucking flowers here. That was that was funny. That's a good clip. That's a good ass clip. Jesus Christ. Let's see what he
with
said.
The Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts, Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
I'm a Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. So it doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, you know, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all...
Wow, he's so woke. He's actually doing the... he's actually saying, like, nobody cares about what King Leopold did. He's woke Fuentes, dude. Yeah, this is the new dark woke meta.
All times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, you know, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, actually. I mean, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that?
So
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, you know, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers?
Yeah, he's doing a 6-7 meme, and you dumb fucks are literally hitting it. And I mean, this is it. This is the whole point, right? You can't when you argue and debate with fascists like and Holocaust revisionists and shit, like they're going to have an entirely separate set of bullshit facts that they will draw from, and it's a deep well because there's been years and years, just like the Lost Cause, just like the Daughters of the Confederacy. They took that L and then they never let go of it, and for years and years and years they concocted whatever narrative they could in an effort to downplay it, and also simultaneously, like, it's not as serious. Because if you're a Jewish person that's been taught about this, you know, mechanized version of death that Jews experienced, like and you have immediate relatives in your family that were around when that shit was happening still, right? It's going to obviously invoke a sense of emotion. But if you're a fucking Nazi, you could just like joke around about it. It doesn't matter. And the moment that you can joke around about it, and the other side can't, because they take it, you know, seriously, then you lost the argument technically because you got emotional.
In the past,
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy. However many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories, and to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But, you know, what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West.
Yeah, he starts off with the debate. And then it's not a disputed fact. And then he brings it to an environment of censorship. And the reason why there is an environment of censorship around this sort of thing is because it was a telltale marker of fascism for the longest time, especially in countries that were destroyed by fascist movements. It's just a great way to figure out the canary in the coal mine. Although many of these previous ways of trying to suppress or cast aside growing fascist movements, many of the methods that were adopted were then also greatly abused to actively go after any kind of critic of Israel. And at this point, you arrive at someone like Nick Fuentes, who is now seen as like a sincere defender of Palestinians for this reason. You gave too much room for fascists to grow with no alternative, with no room to grow for all of the anti-fascist movements. And it took less than 100 years for society to basically snap back in that direction.
No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100?
How is Nick wrong about this? See, he's gonna cynically tie this back to Palestine, right? He's right about this. I'm not. What the fuck? How is Nick wrong about questioning the numbers in the Holocaust? What the fuck are you talking about? This is not a subject matter that is in dispute. It's one of the most chronicled atrocities of all time. You can talk about why it's one of the most chronicled atrocities of all time. You can even go so far as to write an entire book about how the Holocaust played a formative role in justifying the creation of a fascist settler colonial state, and how the reminder is cynically weaponized to justify the continued atrocities that Palestinian people are subjected to. Okay, that part is true. You know who wrote about it? Norm Finkelstein did, as a matter of fact. The son of 2 Holocaust survivors, as a matter of fact. So that part is not in dispute. But the numbers are you know, they're not questioned for good reason, not because of like an environment of fear surrounding it. But the reason why there was censorship around this sort of stuff is the same reason why there's censorship around wearing the fucking banner of the Nazis, right? Because these are telltale, or used to be telltale markers, and still are telltale markers of fascism. And even in liberal societies in Europe, telltale markers of fascism were banned for understandable fucking reasons. Okay? Do you not understand? It's no different. Holocaust denial or Holocaust revisionism is banned in this for the same exact reasons why wearing a swastika is banned in European society. Because it's a clear-cut marker that you are a fascist, you are a Nazi. This guy said, wait, hold on. Not as bad as communism in USSR and China, but yeah, Nazism is the worst regime in recent history. So you say there are no differences in crime, but then justify the difference? Not sure I'm following the reasoning. I don't think you're following any of the reasoning here. Can't the same exact arguments be applied to you and your audience? I love, brother, let me tell you something, okay? I fucking love these kinds of, like, I'm actually a centrist type right-wingers, okay? Because they're so fucking stupid. So there are no broken houses in Canada and Switzerland because they definitely have guns. Do they have the same fucking level of guns? Let's apply Canadian or Swiss levels of gun control in the United States of America then, okay? And let's see those fucking gun violence rates drop, dumbass. Deleted, really? What's with the useless hypocritical suppression? Wait, what? First of all, suck my dick. Take a fucking day off. Actually, you know what? Take a week off. We ban whoever the fuck we want to ban. I unbanned that fucking pet. But the reason why he got banned is because he's very clearly trying to be like, trying to needle and derail in the conversation when it's a fucking 2-hour video that I'm trying to watch. Okay? Now you're more banned than this fucking dipshit is. Okay? What is this? You get more grace in this chat than any other fucking Twitch streamer's chat. I don't do any like restrictions beyond a follow limitation. Okay? There is no like subscriber only chat or anything like that. So if we're going to use that endless amount of charity and also my willingness to talk to you like a human being to derail the conversation over and over again, of course some of the mods are going to fucking clap them. I like that, like, very insincere, I'm just genuinely curious ass fucking takes are immediately met with like a line of defense from other chatters. Like, you don't have to automatically assume that these guys are good faith, okay? They're not. This person is not. Not as bad as communism in USSR and China, but yeah, Nazism is one of the worst regimes in recent history. Explain what you mean, chatter. Communism is worse than Nazism. I like that it hasn't taken much for people to engage in Holocaust revisionism while we're talking about the Holocaust. Yeah, I literally didn't realize how spoiled I was until I went to another channel for the first time and got hit with ad breaks like crazy and couldn't use the chat. Yep. Anyway,
and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job. That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail.
Yeah, notice how he doesn't talk about the other subsequent bans. Just this one. There's a reason for that, because he knows that that argument is better for optics in general than to say, why can't I wear a swastika if I want to? Because those are the same reasons, okay? Holocaust denial is censored for the exact same reason that wearing a swastika is censored, okay? That's it. That's it. There is discourse around the Holocaust. You can engage in an academic debate even, okay? And many people do in colleges and in academic institutions and whatnot, okay? There's a difference between that. There's a difference between that and outright Holocaust denial or Holocaust revisionism in the way that Nick Fuentes is doing, because he's signaling to his audience that he's a fucking neo-Nazi. And while it is not illegal to do so in the United States of America, it is illegal in some European countries.
And is banned, and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that. which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died.
No, they don't care about ideological purity of this sort. Some might, but most of them don't. Most of them understand that you have to say those sorts of things when you go to mainstream media, and they don't even care whether it was like 6 million. They literally will say it didn't happen, but if it did, it was good, and actually more of it should happen. So for them, it's not, you know, like there is no such gotcha. There is no like ideological purity that you can try, like an ideological standard that you can bring forward here. And that's also another reason why, you know, arguing with Nazis is always a silly endeavor.
In the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than that.
Well, it could be higher. That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at
It is
least.
at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it could be 100 times
people
more
are
than
going to
that.
be, okay, the people are going to be...
Yeah, see, he keeps like insincerely signaling, oh no, it's even more than that. It's even more than that.
But let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, you know, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be in prison.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years?
It's crazy that these motherfuckers will be like, oh, I want free speech. Even like Piers Morgan. He's like, oh, I think free speech is fostering debate. When in fact, it's the very same people that were like, you know, doing everything in their power to deplatform people who were pro-Palestine. I guess with respect to Piers, at least he did offer a platform to pro-Palestinian sentiment. But Matt Walsh asked Ben Shapiro if he could watch this video. Too soon killed me. Piers playing Nick's greatest hits and Nick sitting back like Kobe watching his own highlights. Lol. Piers not understanding per capita or Catholic doctrine was hilarious. I don't think he went the way that Piers hoped he would. Yeah, it's all overwhelmingly, I assume it's overwhelmingly brigaded.
Would be criminalized. It's my personal view.
I'm in Sweden. I stopped learning Arabic to watch this. Uncensored show, but they cut out what Kyan said. Piers pretending to know per capita will never not be, to not know per capita will never not be funny. Oh, Matt Walsh is still a thing? No, they're dunking on Matt Walsh. They're saying Matt Walsh asked Ben Shapiro to watch this video. Groypers are the one community that brigade harder than DGG/H3. I mean, it's interesting because DGG and Groypers were hand in hand for the longest time. And I think I'm being so serious about this. I think Destiny lost more audience members to the Groypers, including his literal son, than he actually won from the Groypers back to his side. It's the obvious. It's the obvious limitations of having a liberal worldview. It's still the same equation of like, why have diet soda when you can have the full strength soda? What do you think that would be a good counter argument towards let the evidence speak for itself? What do you mean? The evidence does speak for itself. I already explained it to you. The reason why Holocaust denial is banned is the same reason why wearing a fucking swastika is banned, okay? Saying Heil Hitler is banned, or Sig Heiling in public is banned in some of these places. They don't have the same extent of free speech, the same expansive definition of free speech that we do here in the United States of America. And that is but it's the same principle. Okay? There are limitations to free speech in every society, including in the United States of America. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't threaten someone with violence. You can't defame people without punishments. Obviously, it's not a criminal punishment for defamation, but basically, there are limitations to speech everywhere, including in the United States of America, including on places like 4chan Poll. So that already exists. It's just about whether or not you think the current limitations are appropriate or not. And if your argument is, why is this limitation there? I'm explaining it to you. It's because these societies that were wrecked by Nazi ideology and fascist ideology do not want to offer any fucking daylight or any sunlight to said Nazi ideology. There's no question Destiny lost more than he gained. Dude was profoundly narcissistic moron thinking he could own Fuentes. Worse off, he rocket shipped this dude single-handedly back in the mainstream internet commentary sphere. Oh, 100%. I agree with that, yes. I mean, he admitted to doing so personally. And I think it's one of the things that he's the most embarrassed by. In any case, the reason why it exists is the same reason why you can't wear a swastika, but obviously Nick can't defend wearing a swastika in public as an act of free speech, because most people will go, oh, that's gross. But at least this part, arguing over the numbers of dead Jewish people in the Holocaust, is more permissible. It's more like the average person can hear that and go, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, huh? Okay? Ultimately, this is the problem with dealing with Nazis who engage in Nazi propaganda. Their goal is to basically act as though they're opening your conscience, or opening your conscience to the real truth, the secret truths that you've been sheltered from.
I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog-marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media. Right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives, and I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that, because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against how...
Yeah, again, we've moved 18 fucking goalposts away from, like, the real reason, the real ambition behind this. Oh, dude, he really cares about he really cares about everybody learning about the number of Jews that were killed in the Holocaust. That's why he's like, well, we shouldn't have an environment of censorship, because otherwise people start questioning it. Like, we need to learn the nuance of Nazism. We need to learn the both sides in this. Yeah, I mean, I guess there is like at least some environment of fear still. That he chooses to do this kind of thing instead of just like saying it with his whole ass chest.
Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist, and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly, and people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized, they cannot be named, they cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way, and no other ethnic group has a get-out-of-jail-free card. Just play that, anti-Semitism and Holocaust, you can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get-out-of-jail-free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that. It's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust.
Bro, Israel being tied to Judaism is a fucking... It was a ticking time bomb. Okay? It was a ticking time bomb. Such arrogance to assume that this would not inevitably blow up in everybody's fucking faces. What a gift to neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes. It's fucking crazy. It's like, eventually people were gonna go, hey, this stuff is kind of crazy. You're doing like 17th century style sieges over here. We don't do this kind of stuff, especially not in broad daylight, and especially not with like the full purview and legal protection of the beautiful liberal Western world and Western society. We're supposed to be advanced. People were taught that this kind of stuff is unacceptable. And for the longest fucking time, and people still do it, people still lean into it, it was, oh, it's just anti-Semitism if you fucking speak out against it. So now, people like Nick Fuentes, who despise Jewish people and you know, want to kill Jewish people and do whatever the fuck Hitler did, can turn around and act as though they're simply talking about this from the point of view of criticizing Israel.
Stefan, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Then we should treat conflating Judaism with Zionism within leftist circles with the same full-chested, unambiguous stigma that we treat advocating for Zionism because it is advocating for Zionism. There should be no moral leeway given in this matter. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, I shit on people who tie Judaism and Zionism together with regular fucking frequency. Yeah, I do it all the time. What do you mean? What? Within leftist circles? I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes, I do. And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was into...
Brother, do not read the comments on that wrong post you put up on your story. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, people are still spamming the fucking memes. Who cares?
Viewing you. He's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because he also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna give a shit. I'm gonna be honest. He is anti-Semitic, so he's gonna be like.
My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old, so perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of...
Oh, God. It's crazy to assume that a fucking straight-up neo-Nazi is gonna turn around and be like, oh my God, your feelings are hurt? That's crazy. He likes it, man. The fuck? Why the fuck would he care about your mom? Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to be like, oh, but you don't... Yeah, say it to my face. Yeah, he will, probably. What the fuck? This is quite literally the worst angle of attack here, okay?
Your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool?
I also despise people that do this equivocation between Stalin and Hitler. Okay, it's ridiculous. Criticisms of Stalin are perfectly valid. This level of equivocation is insane because Stalin did technically liberate, you know, a big chunk of your family, your father and the present company aside. So, the fuck are we talking about?
The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years.
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members.
Yeah, like he liberated Poland by occupying it instead. Did he or did he not liberate the concentration camps? The fuck? It's like talking about England or the United States of America, okay? I do not allow revisionism and hatred when it comes to what Easy Company did. So I think it's fucking ridiculous to do the same thing to a group of people that lost more people liberating the concentration camps than the United States of America did, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Ridiculous. Meanwhile, we're talking about occupation. America still occupies South Korea and Japan. And we nuked Japan.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we got all that. We, you know,
that was not Stalin, Lamau, just millions and millions of Soviet people sacrificed. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean? It's gross to fucking turn around and be like, oh, these guys are all... Yeah, okay. It's like saying the same about FDR, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking shit about Easy Company? Please say this ain't so. No, of course not. And I never will.
Me mom, like we're, you know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean, can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
He murdered 12 million people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
the edits. It's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions, and then we literally get.
I think saying ha 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 that's a clip is way more cringe than him saying accidentally he's very fucking a monster. Ha 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 that's a clip. Oh my god, dude.
An old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, "Oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom," and it's like, shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide, so let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
years ago,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers? Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what...
I mean, what is the productivity of this conversation? You got him to, like, openly say he thinks Hitler is based and cool. You got him to do Holocaust revisionism. You got him to say that he's a racist. Like, it just... I don't know. It's just confusing. You could have just, like, played his greatest hits on your own and just been like, this guy fucking sucks. Am I right? And be done with it. He's just fucking sitting there and mocking you. It's great for his audience. You know? I don't know. I just think it is very, very dangerous stuff that we're entertaining. But I do have to go right now because I have to do a photo shoot for an article that's coming out. And unfortunately, I have to leave you on that note. We didn't even get to finish this thing. There's another 40 minutes on this, but I probably won't go through it tomorrow. But there is quite a bit that I didn't get to today, including gaming. Yes, including gaming.
Hey.
But I will do all of that tomorrow and more. Get it? You'll get in tomorrow. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Another half day in the books. Almost 8 hours. PP. Peace. Bye-bye.